everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back. A couple of people asked me, Sylvia, when are you going to complete the YSL hearing that happened on Friday? On last week, which was Friday. So I am here to complete the rest of it, guys. I just, me, I'm going to bring you guys the information. So, yeah, I got, hey, Steph. Hey, Lady Coltrane. Hey, Nosy Rosie. So I'm going to go ahead and play it. I'm going to step away from my computer, but I'm going to play it for you guys in its entirety. So just bear with me a second. I'm going to skew it up a minute so you guys can feel like you're in the courtroom. And I'm playing it for those who wanted to hear what happened in the courtroom. You guys know I stay busy and I'm constantly trying to bring you guys this information. So please do your girl a favor. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. All I'm doing is bringing you guys content, bring you guys information. All right. Okay, here we go. Where is, I was looking for, let me see, hold on a second. Let me send some messages out to the, you know what, let me, hold on a second. Send some messages out on my Twitter so they'll know that I'm playing that right now. Hold on. All right, I'm going to go ahead and play it, guys. Here we go.
Recess for being present. Okay, Mr. Steele, you can continue with your examination, Mr. Or I should say, I apologize, Lieutenant Gant. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. Hello. I believe that stop and I'll ask Attorney Partridge to help me remember the exact time. Okay, 31:41. If you can focus in again, what we were talking about on the May 18, 2018, I'd like to continue with the playing of Mr. Williams' #1 dated today. Okay. Thank you.
another car. Alright, please, same model, same caliber, the SNH 57, number 35328 35328
If you could stop it, Attorney Partridge, if you don't mind. And then stop at 3236. Is that your voice, Lieutenant?
No, that's Officer Pikes.
Do you know what he's doing? And if you don't, just say, I'm not sure.
He's checking the serial number through the dispatch for a GCIC check on the stolen status of the firearms that were found in the white Porsche.
Okay. And when you say the stolen status, what does that mean?
So GCIC, the Georgia Criminal Information Center, keeps a record of any firearm that's been reported stolen via the serial number. And that GCIC check won't reveal to us the purchaser or the owner of a firearm, but it will reveal whether or not it's been reported stolen. So oftentimes when law enforcement officers encounter firearms, we'll do a GCIC check to make sure the gun's not reported stolen before determining what steps to take next.
And is it fair to say that both of the two guns found in the white Porsche were not stolen?
According to our dispatcher, they've never been reported stolen.
Okay. And you have no evidence to the contrary, right?
Correct.
All right. And what are you doing, if anything, when we stop the recording?
Yeah, so right here, if you remember, when I went to write the citation for license not on person, the drop-down menu of the charges that I'm able to select, I couldn't immediately find the charge. So another way that I can search for that charge so it populates onto the citation is to plug in just the OCGA 16-05- whatever the code section is. So I just went to the internet to find license not on a person Georgia, and then that way I could plug in the 16 code, which would enable me to find the charge from the drop-down menu quicker.
And you're doing that at 3236.
Yes.
And you knew that Mr. Williams had a valid license, but not on his person at approximately 6, 7, or 8, whatever you said earlier on the video.
Yeah, somewhere in that area.
Okay. All right. If Attorney Partridge, it's at 3236, if you don't mind, continue.
On the 64 board up there. Yours?
Yeah.
With this one here,
You know who's the seat?
that's one separate. That is passenger, this is driver. Sorry, that's the backwards.
The passengers was down on the night of the event, right?
No, I'm not seeing it, I'm putting that so separate. That's the passenger in the floor, this is driver.
I'm looking at his when they say he's got 15 arrests.
Yeah, but what happens is he always gets 2 rounds taking charges. There's money in for a good day.
But yeah, he's got a bunch in his pocket as well. Some of them don't even have dispositions at all.
That's what I ran into when I was doing.
They're all time expired, dismissed.
Stop at 3451. In that segue that we just listened to, or the portion of the recording that we just listened to and saw on the body camera, there was a discussion about 15 arrests, but no dispositions or dismissals. Do you remember something like that?
Yes.
And is it fair to say you're speaking about Mr. Williams?
Would have been either Mr. Williams or Mr. Kitchen.
We're not sure.
I'm not sure, probably Mr. Williams, but I can't say for sure.
And that's fine if you don't know again. One of the two.
Yes.
Okay. And then there was a conversation, if you heard it, there's money in there in a red bag. Do you remember that?
Yes, that was Officer Fikes referring to one of the occupants of the Charger.
Nothing to do with the Porsche.
Correct.
But your response was, and there's money, I think it was your response, there's money in his pocket too, or something like that.
Yes, Mr. Williams had a large stack of cash, a couple inches thick, that I had observed in his pocket. But when I saw it in his pocket, I just saw a big, large bulge. So I asked him, what's in your pocket? And he pulled out a stack of cash. But I just had him put it back into his pocket, so he held on to it.
And for clarity, that's already captured on the audio video that we saw earlier. Fair to
Yes.
say. That's when Mr. Williams was seated in the passenger, and excuse me, the driver's side of the Porsche, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right, we're going to continue at 3. And if you can move it back, because it seems like the audio hooked up right away. Just move it back to, okay, 3420.
Some of them don't even have dispositions at all. That's what I ran into when I was doing. They're all times fired, dismissed. And honestly, who's one? I think that was. He gets Sergeant White and the time to get in and see if he's got anything on any of them.
Just take a reference to the one is take this.
Yeah, we're gonna drive all the way, 70 and 45.
Okay.
I don't think so.
69.
45?
69 and a 45. I don't think so.
Why?
Because they will crucify our intent on that. They'll blame saying we're just trying to seize all the money and all that other stuff.
Yeah, it's 6 money on the record, driving children.
It is stopped at 3533. Lieutenant, were you able to have this refresh your memory on your conversation with Officer Fikes at this point concerning Officer Fikes suggesting the charging Mr. Williams with reckless driving?
Charging him with what?
Reckless.
I would have to listen to it again. I didn't.
I was saying all right. If we can go back to 3440, if this helps refresh your memory. My question is going to be, what was the conversation about between you and Officer Fikes about charging a person with reckless?
Okay.
uh, 3438.
Honestly, who's one? I think that was. He gets Sergeant White and the time to get in and see if he's got anything on any of them.
Just take a reference to the one is take this.
Yeah, we're gonna drive all the way, 70 and 45.
Okay.
I don't think so.
69.
45?
69 and a 45. I don't think so.
Why?
Because they will crucify our intent on that. They'll blame saying we're just trying to seize all the money and all that other stuff.
Yeah, it's 6 money on the record, driving children.
No, but if you get in and find that kilo in the trunk or whatever.
Copy. stops at 3543. Thank you, Mr. Partridge. Does that help refresh your memory, as he said here? Did you hear what was said?
I heard what was said. I don't recall why we were talking about that, other than just listening to my own voice. But it sounds like the topic of reckless driving came up, which is a jailable offense. But the actions that Mr. Williams took would not have met the code section, so that wouldn't have been a viable charge for him.
So Officer Fikes asked you to consider charging Mr. Williams with reckless driving, and you said no, it doesn't fit.
That's what it sounds like we're talking about.
Okay. And did you hear Officer Fikes tell you charge Mr. Williams with reckless driving to arrest him, right? And that was the whole point.
Well, my assumption would be that would be the intent, to make an arrest so that you could do maybe vehicle inventory. But Mr. Williams didn't commit that offense. So,
and Officer Fikes told you though that if you arrest Mr. Williams for reckless driving, that would give Sarge some time to get in and see what he's got.
I
Do you remember that?
The relevance of Officer Fikes telling Lieutenant Gant anything at all.
I'm really not, it's not response then. Okay. Yeah, moving on from Mr. Shield. Yes. Why did you tell Officer Gant you couldn't do that because it would crucify they will crucify our intent on that. They'll blame us, saying all we're trying to do is seize the money and all the other stuff. You remember saying that?
I did, yes.
Why did you say? Oh, hold on. What's your basis of your judgment on that?
Characterization of fighting us.
It's a quote. It's permanent. I'll hold the objection. Why did you explain that?
So I understood the officer's eagerness to uncover crime and make an arrest for those crimes, but I was a supervisor on the scene, and I have to be conscious of making sure the investigation is conducted, but also making sure that we don't violate constitutional rights. So that kind of came up a few times earlier when I decided not to put the two occupants of the Porsche into handcuffs because there was less evidence of crime there. Asking consent to search the car and the serial numbers versus doing so like the other individuals had in the Charger. So it was just ensuring that we as law enforcement officers do the investigation right and follow the protocols, so that there's no argument of fruits of a poisonous tree or anything like that later on.
Let's keep going where we stopped, which is 3543, if that's okay.
It says there's 6 arrests. With a felony. First offender act. First offender act. He's got a first offender act seal on a felony. Sergio, he's got a purchase, he's got a distribution of marijuana, first offender act, sealed.
That's 3634. Does this, Officer Dan, you talking about Sergio, when you say Sergio Kitchens, and you're giving some of the information that you got from the printout of his arrest record?
Yes.
If we could continue at 3634.
guilty on a misdemeanor.
Monkey is out here.
Yeah, it's really bad.
What up?
If these two are about to get in their car and leave, I just gotta finish putting his other kid. These two are. Sit down right behind.
No conditions?
Yeah, the reasons have charges, no convictions.
He has 15 arrests, no convictions.
That's what like he had to
He was actually really nervous.
Right down here, he's talking about the airport. So, I remember we saw him right here, what's that guy was calling back here? Right on the stone of people how they go. He was trying to get the boost. The guy, he's out, this guy took a plane and sink. That was it.
They got much money.
And he really took the money, what kind of money, put it in his pocket.
He's got that today too.
So while we got Steve, what we got to do there?
Those guys,
Last year's attached, I talking to him, I was a student, I lived. I was going, they were all fucking hurt, shit, stuff on the and the pastor when I saw gun from the gun point, the driver was acting all frog and stuff, the shit, his blood was on the television. I was man, I'm like, listen, you come up here, second out of front, say, I'm going to you got guns in the car, I'm going to be on you. I asked him twice, at least twice, I think 3 times. There's another gun in the car, like, I don't think so. It was full of I said, you don't think so? You don't look like you're weed. It's not like we read through all going on against it. I don't think like we're like building everything else. I don't really want to stop. I was like, which one like me? Those guns and
Okay, if you could stop it right now. 4003. Would it be fair to say, Lieutenant, that you are now armed with all citations approximately 35 minutes after you knew Mr. Williams had a valid license, although not on his person?
Approximately, yes.
And now you're exiting the car, where the sound of the court can go back, and you're going to approach Mr. Williams. Is that fair to say?
I believe that's what the video will show next, yes.
Okay, we're going to continue. Is that 40 or 30?
everything. Yeah,
but you need 2 citations today, one for the speeding, got you a 69 and a 45, and then one for not having your license on your person, okay? You can, there's 2 ways to handle it. The first way, you can show up to court and contest them, and then we have a court date with the judge and all that. We do that down at the precinct here on Beaufort Highway. Contest it like you wanted to argue in court. All right? And then the other way to handle it is just to go to this website right here, and I'm gonna give this to you on your copy. You can pay for it just online. And then I don't have it for right. Can I pay for all of them?
hang on, everybody.
I just need you to sign for me right here. Right here by the X on this one.
You want me to
I want you up before? No, I'll see. Oh. The tall guy? Alright, so these are your copies, make sure next time you guys drive license on your person, just slow down, the speed limit on here for highway is 45. Alright, you put both your guns in your trunk, so as soon as y'all get out and you're away, you wanna put them out wherever you wanna put them in your car, we're fine with that, we just don't want to put guns floating around while we're all hanging out. Okay? And that's Sergio's certificate, y'all are good to go. Yep. And that's a dead end, so you have to turn around and come back out this way.
You can stop at Attorney Parker at 4147. Up until the time, Lieutenant, that you got out of your car, I called over Mr. Williams to hand him the 2 citations and what we just saw about signing the 2 citations. You explaining everything that goes with it, pay it online and contest it. Mr. Williams was still seated on the side of the road where you had instructed him, or a fellow officer told him to sit. Is that fair to say?
I believe that's right, yes.
Okay. And that's from the time that Mr. Williams was told, asked, whatever word you want, to exit the vehicle and sit over there, whatever time that was on the recording, correct? And Mr. Williams explained to you that he thought officer, I think he said the tall man, Officer Fikes, was mean to him.
And he said that he had arrested him before.
And was mean to him.
Oh, I missed that. We can rewind it.
Okay, okay, but that's, besides the mean, Mr. Williams said that Officer Fikes arrested him.
Yes.
All right, if you can continue, and it's at 4147.
We got the IDs on you guys yet. Face. Fights, you got that? And we're saying fights at that.
Okay.
Do we know what's going on? Yeah, you can leave. They have some marijuana in the car. I don't know how much or. Yeah, so I'm saying, is that why I'm gonna be like, right? I gotta leave. I'm not sure yet. I'd rather you pick off and not be here so we can finish that up. They got your phone number, they can call you. Yeah, just, if they're gonna call you, we'll have a new soon, all right?
This stopped at 4238. That was Mr. Williams speaking with you, I believe. Somehow got your attention to walk back over to his Porsche. He's in the Porsche now, is that fair?
Yes.
And Mr. Williams was asking whether the people in what you've been calling the Charger vehicle need a ride or anything like that. And you explained that there's marijuana in that car, so Mr. Williams you prefer him to leave.
Right, he was checking on them or what was going on with them, so I let him know that they had pending charges.
They had other issues, and you asked them to leave the area.
Correct.
Okay. All right, and we're almost done, and it's at 4238, if you don't mind, Mr. Parker.
One of the 83?
No, this came out of the alias, but it's not.
This is the driver?
That's the driver.
Okay.
Yeah, we know.
They wrote it down, they started writing it down with Pulaski. Watch out that car right there. Hold on, you got a car coming. Let him help you out, see what he did. One day I'm gonna race you, I'll take the best. Like, race out, what? I do it right now, I'll take the best. Like a what take? Yeah. Boy, please, I'm bitching that. Man, Camille Cabello could catch you. I think like that. Where is right here? Come on, dude, go.
No, he wants to go full chase.
Maybe one time we're not out here. Anyway, so we're getting other people's names and DOBs.
Stop it now. Now it's 4331. Do you remember, Mr. Williams, when you told him to turn around, so dead end, saying to your fellow officer, we can have a race?
He challenged Officer Fikes to a foot race, yes.
Okay. And then Mr. Williams drove off.
Correct.
And Mr. Williams, the entire time, was polite and appropriate. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And now you're yelling, the court, the whole thing's in evidence, but I was going to play it. The court wants me to play it, of course, I'll do whatever the court says. But the rest of it, you now turn your attention with the other officers to the 4 people in custody. Correct. Is that fair to say? Correct. Mr. Williams is gone, doesn't come back to the scene.
Yeah, you see on the screen right now, The officer that's out in the street, that was actually my lieutenant at the time, who now is a major, but he's stopping traffic so that Mr. Williams can pull out in the traffic without getting hit.
Okay, and that's, I didn't want the judge may not have ever seen this before, but Judge Glanville, so I don't want him to feel like we're not showing something. That completes everything going with Mr. Williams' side. Is that fair to say?
Yes, Mr. Williams drives off after that.
Okay. I'd like to go back with the court's permission, 18, if Ms. Partridge can do that. And you said earlier, I asked you about whether the microphone was muted. I know you said it was, but I want to know if this refreshes your memory. It should pop up about 1822 through 1826. Tell us if it refreshes your memory on whether you were asked or you were in discussion to mute your microphone. 18.
Oh. So, putting it.
Mm-hmm. So I'll stop it. Well, I'll ask Mr. Partridge to stop it at 1834. Do you know who you were speaking with at that point?
It sounds like Officer Pike's talking to me.
And did you hear what he said?
He said, "Are you muted?"
And then the microphone went mute. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You wanted to, I asked you a question, you weren't sure, you said it would be in the report. I asked you if it was Mr. Williams' date of birth that you were calling in the early part of the stop, 5-6 minutes, 8/16/91. You said you would have to check your report. Can you do that?
Yeah, I did, and that was his birthday, yes.
And then I'd like to talk to you about the consent that you mentioned a couple of times.
Okay.
With the Honorable Ms. Love and then twice with me. How do you believe, if you can articulate to the court, not legally, just factually, how do you believe that Mr. Williams consented to the search of his car, getting out of the car and sitting on the side of the road?
Just form that question.
Yeah, I'll ask the same question. Why do you claim, state, or believe, or don't use that word, that Mr. Williams consented?
Consented to which part of
And if you need to see the video, just let us know. I know what this spot is, but do you recall walking up to Mr. Williams' vehicle? He's still in the vehicle.
Yes.
Mr. Kitchen's in the vehicle on the passenger side.
Yes.
But you walked up to the driver's side this time.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And do you remember explaining to Mr. Williams that you're going to have a drug dog stroll around his car, whatever, walk around his car? I don't know what the right word is.
Open air search is what we refer to.
Okay. Do you remember explaining that to Mr. Williams?
I do.
And you said something like, I'm not quoting you, for his safety, you want him out of the car. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I explained that I'd like him to get out of the car so that the dog's not up close to him or anything like that, and it doesn't make him or the dog nervous. And I asked him, is that okay? And he agreed. So that was me asking Mr. Williams to get out of the car. But the search that came later, where Officer Fikes actually went in and got the firearms, that came from Officer Fikes' conversation with Mr. Williams, not me.
All right, so let's break it up then. I misunderstood. So, and thank you. Let's just talk about the free air search.
Okay.
I think that's what you call
Open air search, yes.
it. Open air search. Okay. You're not saying Mr. Williams wanted to get out of the car and wanted the dog to walk around his car. You're not saying that, are you?
No, that was my idea.
Okay. That's not the consent. You're talking about the consent for the firearms. Is that right?
So when I explained to Mr. Williams that I wanted him to get out of the car so that the dog could walk around it without making either of them nervous. And then I made the comment, is that okay? And he says, yes, or yeah, sure, and hops out of the car. So that was the consent that he and I were in a consensual agreement that he would exit the car and move over to the sidewalk and wait. But the consent that,
Don't go to the gun yet.
okay, sure,
I promise you we'll get there.
okay,
Let's just stay with the get out of the car, okay?
okay.
Did you tell Mr. Williams that drunk gun was going to walk around the car and he needed to leave the car or something to that effect. Is that what you understand?
Yes,
Yes. All right, let's go to the search of the with the gun.
Okay.
That's the second consent, right? Or the first consent.
Yeah, the search of the vehicle, the officer themselves, are you talking about the open air search by the K9 or the search by Officer Fikes?
So it's now going to the search of the guns by Officer Fikes.
Yeah, so that, so my body cam doesn't pick up the conversation between Officer Fikes and Mr. Williams. So I don't know exactly how they came to that agreement.
Don't speculate. I'm pretty sure you're saying you're not the right witness.
Correct.
All right. But you don't know what was said specifically between Officer Fikes and Mr. Williams or Mr. Kitchens about the guns, because that's not you. That's what I hear you say.
Yeah, so that's true. Officer Fikes would be the one to talk to. But what I do know from that interaction was the idea that the guns were retrieved.
No, I understand.
And then the idea for the running them on GCIC and hey, we need consent for that.
You said we need consent.
For the serial numbers being run on GCIC, yes.
Okay. But you're the wrong witness. That's what I got.
Okay, guys, what you're hearing is somebody's phone that was ringing while this was being played. But Felicia Fee, you asked a question. You says, I'm lost. Is he being cross-examined to see if he needs to testify for the state? What's going on? Okay, if you read the title, this is for the motion 7 is to suppress evidence. That's what he's being testified. That's what he's testifying for. Motion to suppress evidence. That's what it is. And that has nothing to do with being testified as a state witness. No, it's just to testify whether or not they should bring the evidence of that video of the arrest. Okay, that's evidence. Okay. Any more questions before I continue? And y'all, this is the best that I could do because of what the circumstances are. Remember, they're not allowing. Well, the camera person is not in. This is the best. The only thing I could do is record it from the speaker in the overflow room. So I did my best to try to bring you what's going on in the courtroom. I know people complain and they don't, all I can do is give you my best just to give you information, to be in the know, okay? Don't shoot the messenger. Just listen to the message, okay, guys? All right, here we go.
And talk about the consent of the officer going into the car. Yes, I'm the wrong witness for that.
Okay. Your Honor, may I just have 1 second if you don't mind? Right, thank you. Okay. All right, good. Ms. Levine, leave her.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask if the court will allow, there you go, I was just trying to read that. Good afternoon again, Lieutenant Gant. I have a few follow-up questions concerning the cross-examination that Mr. Steele just conducted.
Yes.
At 5 minutes, first of all, I'm gonna just, she was asked about the body camera footage and video footage of the stop. I'm gonna, with the court's permission, show you digital files and ask you whether you recognize the digital files back to the pretty much like you just did with the defense exhibit 1. May I have permission to ask or to show him these files to ask if he recognizes them?
Yes, the D1, right?
No. These are files that have been turned over in discovery, but they are well, I don't want to say what they are, but they're related to the same stop.
They will have to mark and identify, so.
I will, and I will, for purposes of this hearing, I will mark this as State Exhibit 1.
Okay.
And I'm going to show you. As I, for the purpose of the record, I'm showing you the digital file identified as 1800340 body cam 1. That is contained on thumb drive that is labeled State Exhibit 1. I just want you to, for a brief moment, and let me know if you recognize. Not saying that one.
What do you say? It ain't going anywhere. Stay good right now. It's good.
As I'm setting this up, Lieutenant Gant, is your body cam the only thing that captured the interaction that you had with Jeffrey Williams on this day?
No, my vehicle has a dash cam as well.
You're gonna be detained so that we can take care of this problem. Because the last thing we need to do is have an accident while we out here. Because see, do me a favor.
First, the record, what time did you start it?
I was about to say that, right? And for the record, the very beginning of it was 00, but where I fast forwarded it to was 1 minute and 48 seconds into the video.
All right.
And just so that it's all clear, I'm going to back it all the way up until right before he pulls up behind the Porsche. And I'm starting at 37 seconds. That's all right. 46 seconds in, would you describe what we're looking at on the screen?
This is me pulling behind the white Porsche in the traffic stop right there on Beaver Highway at the Bramblewood intersection.
And is this footage captured on State's Exhibit 1, digital image 180034110, labeled body cam 1? Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the events captured on your dash cam video camera on the car the evening that you stopped Jeffrey Williams?
It is. This file is labeled body cam, but it's actually a dash cam.
Your Honor, the state tenders State's Exhibit 1, digital file 180034110, labeled body cam 1 as evidence.
Any objection?
Your Honor,
Did it show a different angle, a different perspective?
Yeah.
I'll overrule your objection, Mr. Seaver.
Thank you.
Sit
and at 1 minute and 12 seconds in, what's happening?
The traffic stop is just getting started. We're putting the cars in the park.
Okay. Has the Porsche just stopped?
Yes.
Have you gotten out of your vehicle yet?
No, not yet.
And what is happening now? Who is that person leaning over the right side of that vehicle?
That's me.
And that's at 1 minute and 56 seconds.
Yes.
At 2 minutes and 21 seconds, do you have anything in your hands?
I have a notepad.
Have you obtained any identification from anyone at 2 minutes and 34 seconds?
I think at this point, Mr. Williams has told me his name, and right there you can see where Mr. Kitchens hands me his ID.
At 2 minutes and 58 seconds, as you're walking back towards in the direction of your car, what is it that you're holding up in your hand?
Flashlight.
What are you shining it on? Anything?
The Dodge Charger and Officer Pikes' interaction over there.
Does your dash cam capture audio outside of your car that's within range?
Not very well. If somebody was maybe standing right by my window, talking into the car, you might hear. But the same thing as body cam. A conversation that's on the other side of the room or far away just doesn't pick up onto. It's mostly designed to pick up our conversation.
You say hour,
So the officer and whoever they're talking to at the moment, and because that's what it's focused on, so it doesn't pick up sound the same way a human ear does from a further distance.
And so what about when you're inside your car? Does your dash camera, does it capture your audio inside your car? If you're talking?
I don't think it's kind of clear. Let me finish some over the objection.
Yes, so if I were sitting in my patrol car, and even if I didn't have my body cam on, my dash cam could hear my radio playing or me talking on the phone or something to that effect, yes.
Are you able to discern, listening from looking at your footage from your dash cam at 3 minutes and 27 seconds, have you returned to the inside of your car yet?
I can't tell if I'm inside of it or if I'm watching what's going on with the charger right now.
And would you just tell the court how it is when you're trying to determine the status of someone's license? Do you call in and ask someone, or do you just punch it into the computer that you were using inside your car?
Actually, it's leading, but maybe rephrase it.
When you're inside of your car, how do you find out whether or not someone has a valid license?
The computer in our car has access to GCIC, so I plug it in and check it myself.
And at 4 minutes and 15 seconds, fast forward to 5. Fast forward to 4 minutes and 40. Fast forward to 5 minutes, 6 minutes. The noise that you hear, is that the noise from, what is that the noise from?
That may be the,
Are you,
Same question.
are you,
Rephrase.
are you able to discern listening to the video, what the noise or the audio that is being heard as you play this for 6 minutes?
it sounds like radio traffic, but I don't know if it's coming from, I imagine it's coming from inside.
You're playing part of that.
I can help, yes.
Fast forward. Have you returned to the white Porsche at this point?
No, I think I'm inside my car around this time.
During this time that you're inside your car, what is it that you're doing?
Doing a couple things. Right around the 10 or 11 minute mark, I know that I had a conversation with officers arriving on scene, debriefing them on what was occurring at the time. I was working on the traffic citations, and I was also watching both vehicles to make sure that everything was safe and secure, particularly with what was going on at the Dodge Charger, but positioned so that I could see both vehicles at the same time.
stop this share. And that's at 11 minutes and 11 seconds. I'm stopping it. And just for the ease of maneuvering, Your Honor, I'm going to show the witness, with the court's permission, a digital file on State's Exhibit 3 that is identical to what has been admitted as Defense Exhibit 1. I'm sorry, State's Exhibit 1, digital file labeled 180034105 PM.
So you already have stage one, that's your dash cam.
Stage 1 is a thumb drive that contains 3 digital files, and I'm giving the name of the second digital file, which is, I'm stating to the court, a copy, a duplicate of what has been admitted as defense one, but just for the purposes of utilizing to ask the witness questions. Unless the court just wants me to get the thumb drive that the defense is already admitted.
So file one, stage one has 3 files.
Yes,
So
sir.
file one is the dash cam video. It's mislabeled as the.
One that has a title, and it's labeled as 180034105 body cam 1. That's just the way that it's labeled. It's not,
But it's the dash cam, is
It
that right?
correct.
Because our witnesses testified that it's mislabeled. So I'm just trying to account for the purpose of record. So, that's the body camera.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so,
And I'll just state the next 2 files that are on stage 1. So there is the one that has already been published in May, which ends with body cam 1. The second one is 180034105 body cam 2. And the third one is 180034105 body cam 2. I'm asking the court's permission to play body cam 2.
are any objections, sir?
Yes.
Is it the same,
Yes, it's the same.
is the same one
Yes,
as D1?
yes. And I can have the witness testify to that, or I can just, yeah, I can do that.
I'm not. Well, I'm not. That's what? No, D1, no, Mr. Steele, D1 has states 1, 2, and 3 on it.
It has stage 1,
Stage 1, which has 3 files, which is comprised of, which makes up D1. Is that correct?
no, D1 has only body cam 2.
I'm glad now. Okay.
Your Honor.
I found it wrong. Okay, all right, so, okay, it happens. All right, so Ms. Love, now you're really making me confused, okay? What does he want to play?
B1, which is,
Then let's play B1. I mean, and you keep telling me, okay, the states 1 have 3 files on it?
yes,
Okay, and what 3 files are on it?
the dash cam footage that.
Which is mislabeled as body camera, right? Okay, and then what else is on it? File 2, and that's body cam.
D1, which is Lieutenant Gant's body camera footage.
So file 2 is D1?
Yes,
Okay, all right. And what's file 3?
body camera footage from officer files.
Okay, now it's a little more clear. Mr. Steele, do you have any further objections, sir?
Yes. That's body camera.
Well, she hasn't admitted that one. Not yet. Is that correct, Ms. Love?
That is correct.
Okay, all right.
For its purpose. And it's faster than using this file. I don't object to using a substitute, but we always refer to these ones that.
I just want to make sure for purpose of record that this file 2 contained within stage 1 is the same as D1.
That is correct.
Yeah, file 2, that's what I said. File 2, stage 1 has 3 files. File 1 is this dash cam video that's labeled body camera. And then file 2 is the body camera that's the same as D1. And then there's a file 3 that is Fight's video, which haven't been authenticated yet. So I'm not gonna admit that quite yet. Okay, all right. All right, so you wanna play file 2 from safe on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go right ahead.
Lieutenant, I am going to now ask you that your position right now at 6:30 p.m. to follow body cam 1, and I'm going to, for purposes of the record, take it to 5 minutes, 12 seconds. So just so that we are clear and there's testimony.
Is it valid?
Right, look at and specify that this file is looking at.
All right. What's your last name?
The best one, which is your body camera.
Yes, ma'am.
And your first name? Spell that for me. Okay.
I'm fast forwarding to 5 minutes and 4 seconds.
This guy, the driver.
What is it that you have in your hand at 5 minutes and 4 seconds? Whose identification?
Sergio Kitchens.
At this point, do you have the information back on your relationship that you're trying to get?
I can't recall specifically. I know that somewhere in this area, I'd seen the driver's license photo that is available on GCIC of Mr. Williams, and I believe that they were the same person.
And continuing on to 7 minutes and 4 seconds, where you were asked another question by Mr. Steele regarding comments that you made. Starting at 7 minutes and 16 seconds. At 7 minutes and 36 seconds, what are you doing?
Hey, Jay, keep reaching.
The
You
point
got
that
anybody, let me keep reaching in his pocket.
32 seconds. What were you doing just prior to that?
Doing two things at once. I was working on the citation or citations, and also observing the scene that was going on just to my left, involving the officers and the 4 occupants of the Dodge Charger. And you can hear me on here. I was watching one of the occupants of the Charger who had been out and was on the sidewalk, who kept reaching into his pocket. So I was alerting the officers on the scene to that action.
Is that something that happens every time you conduct a traffic stop, or does that add any time to what you're doing here as it relates to Mr. Williams?
Yes.
I was the same question. I've seen it anyway, so.
Yes, John.
Okay.
You were asked at 8 minutes and 35 seconds, had you finished writing your citations? You recall being asked that question by Mr. Steele?
He did ask me if I had finished writing the citations, and he and I discussed, you can actually see on the video when they print out and I rip them off, and then I put my signature. So you can see when that happens, but that doesn't happen until after 8 minutes.
So at 8:35, you had not.
Correct, I had not finished the citations yet.
At 10 minutes and 57 seconds, you were asked by Mr. Steele, have you gathered all of the information for the citation that you were writing? Do you recall that?
I believe so, yes.
At that time, had you both gathered and entered all of the information that you needed to finish the citation that you were attempting to issue?
No, not yet. The citations have a lot of individual little boxes that you have to put pieces of information into, so it takes a few minutes to go through that.
What, if anything, does the presence of a firearm in the car add to or take place from the average traffic stop when you're doing a license check?
Well, oh, objection.
Or
So it depends on a few things, the driver's behavior.
Better question. How, if any, did the firearm in this particular situation, if any, add to the time that you are on scene?
Sure. The firearms that were in the Porsche initially didn't add any time at all. It was the firearms that were in the Charger. And when the commotion began between Officer Fikes and the driver of the vehicle, that's when my attention had to divert from not only just watching the Porsche and completing the citation to also watching what was going on with the firearms. The first one firearm, and then two, and then three, and then four. So each time that those firearms were discovered, and there were 4 occupants that each had access to one. So it just took a little while for there to get enough officers on scene to secure the firearms. And as they were doing that, uncovered the drugs that were on scene. So that interaction took the 2 traffic stops and extended them.
is a traffic stop for speeding a felony or misdemeanor?
It's misdemeanor.
Is a traffic stop involving guns and drugs a felony or a misdemeanor?
Depending on the drugs, but in this situation, there were enough drugs to make it a felony.
And when you spoke about on cross-examination, the cars traveling together, and comments that were made by the occupants of the car,
I'm sorry. Question. These are arguments that you could just testify, but I'll sustain the objection.
is shown. Why was the presence of guns and drugs in the other car of any interest to you as you sat filling out citations or reports?
A couple reasons. The first reason is obviously guns and drugs together is often combined to make a dangerous situation for everybody on the scene. So you have to treat them in a manner that keeps everybody safe. Secondly, the driver of the vehicle of the Charger, who, although Officer Fikes was dealing with him, was actually my traffic stop. I had the probable cause for it. So I still needed to issue the driver of the Charger a citation as well. But because of all the guns and the drugs and the initial uncompliance of the driver to Officer Fikes' commands during that encounter, I didn't get that driver's information as quickly as I would have had none of those things been present.
Who ultimately issued the driver of the Charger's citation?
I believe I would have.
And did you handle this particular traffic stop under these particular circumstances any differently than you would have handled any other traffic stop that had identical circumstances?
I sustain the question.
When you said that Jeffrey Williams and Sergio Kitchen were treated differently and not handcuffed in response to Mr. Steele's cross-examination. When you said differently than what?
So I didn't detain them to the same degree as the other officers detained the occupants of the Dodge Charger, and that was for a couple reasons. The occupants of the Charger, Mr. Williams and Mr. Sergio, were being compliant with everything I asked. The occupants of the Dodge Charger were not with their officers. Additionally, I had not discovered any evidence of guns and drugs inside of the Porsche. However, guns and drugs had been discovered inside of Dodge Charger. So the Dodge Charger occupants, there was probable cause that they were committing not only the speeding violation, but also possession of possession of marijuana and some guns. But because of that probable cause, they were detained in cuffs, the probable cause and their behavior, they were detained in handcuffs. But because that same criteria had not come from Mr. Williams, I treated Mr. Williams and Sergio Kitchen differently.
And when you testified about what the driver said it related to who he was working for, did that come before or after you asked Jeffrey Williams whether there were guns in his car?
What's the basis for your judges? The same question. Is that up?
Which gun, like, in the car or he?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Did you, before asking about guns in the car with Mr. Williams, did you gain any information about the driver of the Dodge Charger's relationship to Jeffrey Williams?
Basis? That's the same question.
And I'm not asking for the truth of the matter asserted, which is the only way that it would be hearsay. I'm asking in order to lay a foundation for it.
Repeat the question again,
Yes. Did he obtain information concerning the driver of the Charger's relationship to Jeffrey Williams before he asked Jeffrey Williams whether there were guns in the car?
I'm a whole the objection. Go ahead.
You may answer that.
Honestly, I can't remember.
If you know.
I can't remember.
At 12 minutes and 52 seconds, do you remember any statements made by Jeffrey Williams regarding guns in his car?
Yes, he told me he had one underneath the seat.
And did he make comments about the gun under the seat? Beyond that, there was a gun under the seat. Do you recall?
I don't remember.
All right. If I play you the body camera footage at 12 minutes and 52 seconds as it pertains to that topic, might it refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Got on fast forward to 12 minutes and 52.
Okay. Yes, sir. We'll be in recess for 10 minutes, okay? All right.
You can again take a comfort break.
For now, he can sit right where he's sitting right now. What do you think?
Oh, okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Just want to make sure. All right, so I'm talking to everybody here, sir? All right. All right, so you may resume your reading.
Thank you, John. And I'm going to resume the sharing of the file labeled item 2, and I'm just in the last question. You said at prior to break before, prior to taking our break, I had asked you about comments made by Mr. Williams at 12 minutes and 52 seconds regarding the gun that was in his car. Do you recall that question?
I do.
Repeat it, but just do you recall it? And the last answer that you had given was that you could not recall a certain portion of the video.
Correct.
I'm going to play you that video starting at 10 minutes and 1 second in.
They were in together?
Yeah, they were together.
Are they like together?
I haven't asked them formally, but I believe they were all together. Yes.
He got three guns in that.
Okay. I haven't done any searching on this one. These two are, the driver doesn't have his ID on him, but I'm pretty certain that it's him, the name he gave me. The passenger, he's got his ID on him, but I haven't got him out. I haven't done anything else because I've just been kind of waiting on things to calm down.
They have the same cuts and everything. So
Yeah.
I guess they come from the same place.
He told me they just came from the studio.
He's passing, he's looking around.
The driver in this one's really nervous.
Really nervous.
Yeah.
Huh? How many people are in this one?
2 in this one.
Okay, we get 4 guns in that car.
Okay.
And weed and scales so far. I haven't seen weed, but I smell it.
This one, the driver's really nervous. They were traveling together. So
At 11 minutes and 17 seconds, where I'm stopping this portion of the video, has the portion that you heard refreshed your memory as to whether you were aware of guns in the other car prior to 12 minutes and 52 seconds?
Yes, I learned from Officer Fikes that there was weed and guns in the other car.
And did you at some point later actually see the weed and the guns from the other car?
Later on in the investigation, yes.
And I'm going to continue playing, and I'm going to fast forward just a little bit, 12 minutes next.
all right.
I'm starting at for the record, 12 minutes now.
Okay. So this is what I want to do. Just get them out and take them all over here and just walk the dog around this one.
Put them on the curb right
Now, at 12 minutes and 32 seconds, that portion that you just heard, did you hear yourself referring to getting someone out?
Yes,
Who were you talking about?
the 2 occupants of the white Porsche, Mr. Williams and Mr. Cation.
Now, I'm going to continue playing through 12 minutes and 52 seconds, from 12 minutes and 34.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, these ones, I'm not going to contain them in cuffs yet.
They at least had it now. They're traveling
Right.
over at 4
No, I know.
days.
Yeah. Are there any firearms in this car? Firearms. There's firearms in this one as well? Don't reach for them, but just,
At 13 minutes and 5 seconds, where I'm stopping the video, did you ask Mr. Williams anything about guns?
Yes,
What did you ask?
if there are any firearms inside the vehicle,
Why are you asking that?
because I was aware of all the firearms that were in the other vehicle.
And what was Mr. Williams' response?
Yes.
And then continue playing at 13 minutes and 5 seconds.
All right, just tell me where they're at.
One of them is.
Okay, you're okay, listen up. So it's under the seat.
Leave it on phone, this nigga, like you left on my car, like, yeah, this gun.
Okay. All right. What's
Now,
your,
at 13 minutes and 26 seconds where I'm stopping, did you hear just before that Mr. Williams say anything at all about the guns in his car?
He acknowledged that there was at least one gun in the car at that point, and he made a comment about a phone call with someone else, but I don't know what that was about.
Did you hear anything about guns in the phone call with someone else that Mr. Williams mentioned?
Just in acknowledging that there were guns in the car.
I'm gonna rewind it a little bit.
Okay.
okay. All right. What's in your front pocket right there? Right here? What? Yeah, on both sides. Okay. All right. What's in your front pocket right there? Right here? Are there any firearms in this car? Firearms? Firearms. There's firearms in this one as well? Where, don't reach for them. All right, just tell me where they're at.
One of them is.
Okay, you're okay, listen up. So it's under the seat.
Leave it on phone, this nigga, like you left on my car, like, yeah, this gun.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
Were you able to hear what Mr. Not the whole verbatim, but were you able to hear sort of the content of the conversation that Mr. Williams was relaying to you that he had with the person on the phone?
That there was a gun under the seat, but I'm not sure if that's Mr. Williams talking or if that's Sergio talking. I can't tell.
Is there a steering wheel in the photo?
Yes.
Okay. And is the person talking sitting behind the steering wheel?
Yeah, I don't know. I can't tell.
Okay.
Because when he looks forward, I can't tell if it's his mouth going or Sergio's mouth, and I don't remember which one was telling me that.
Fair enough. All right. And when you spoke to Officer Fikes about getting someone out of the car, did you send Officer Fikes to the porch to get people out of the car? Or did you ever direct Officer Fikes to get the people out of the Charger?
So the people in the Charger were already out and detained in handcuffs by this point. So when that was me telling him what I wanted to do about having the occupants step out of the car. So that's not even around to the passenger side.
Why were you even interested in occupants of the porch stepping out of the car?
Because for two reasons. The first reason was I wanted the canine to walk around and do the open air search.
Based on what?
Based on all of the marijuana that had been found in the other vehicle that had been traveling with the Porsche. So I wanted that to happen, but then when I inquired about the firearms as well, and the occupants acknowledged that there were firearms in the car, I just wanted a distance between them and the firearms.
Fast forward to 14 minutes and 20 seconds.
What's in your front? Okay. All right. What's in your front pocket right there? Right here? What? Yeah, on both sides.
Stopping at 1333, why don't you ask the person behind the wheel what's in your front pocket?
Both of the front pockets of Mr. Williams, I could see a lot of stuff inside the front pocket. There were big bulges in the two pockets. So knowing that there was marijuana in the other vehicle, I inquired what was in those front pockets, inquiring if that possibly was marijuana or not. And he informed me that it wasn't, and he even showed me what was in them.
Okay. All right, you can put your money back in your pocket.
Why didn't you take the money?
I didn't have any reason to take his money.
Send all your information, send your goddamn license.
All right, what about marijuana? Is there any marijuana in the car? None at all? Okay. What we're gonna do is, we have a canine here, canine just gonna walk around the car, all right? But I don't want him to make you nervous or anything, so I'm gonna have you step out over here. Is that all right? Okay.
At 14 minutes and 16 seconds, what exchange just took place?
I asked Mr. Williams if there was any marijuana in the vehicle. He said that there wasn't. So I informed him that I wanted the canine to walk around the car, and in an attempt to keep him or the dog from getting nervous around one another, that I wanted him to step out of the car.
And what did you ask him?
I said, is that okay?
And what did he say?
Yes.
And when you were asked on cross-examination, where did you get or come up with consent? Is that what you're talking about? Yes.
Yes.
Did the commentary from the driver of the Charger relate to you about suffice regarding who you work for? Did that add or do anything as it relates to the limited stop?
First of all,
I'm asking to determine why you did what you did, and I'm not certain I understand. It's not, I don't know.
yeah, I'm saying, because that conversation not oriented with, and that's a big conversation. I'll sustain the question so that you want to phrase it shortly now.
Whenever it occurs, let me ask first. Did you learn of the comments from the driver of the Charger, the fights, about who he worked for? Did you learn about that before or after?
Well, it's important for the court to make a determination as to when that conversation was had. So why don't you ask something in that respect?
Okay. Your Honor, I'm not going to say when, because that will require a specific timestamp, so I'm wanting to ask a relative question. As relative. So, Lieutenant Gant, relatively speaking, did you learn of the comment from the driver of the Charger regarding who you worked for before or after you completed your stop with Jeffrey Williams?
Before.
Do you recall whether you learned of that comment before or after the occupants of the Porsche were asked to step out of the Porsche, and whether or not that was okay?
I do not recall if I knew that before or after that moment.
At 23 minutes and 50 seconds, when Mr. Steele had you on cross and he asked you about the portion of the video regarding the GCIC check for the occupants of the Porsche, do you recall answering Mr. Steele's question about whether or not Mr. Williams was a convicted felon?
Yes.
Now, why was it of interest to you whether or not Mr. Williams or anyone else in the car with Mr. Williams was a convicted felon?
I stand question.
As it relates to first offender, when you were talking about someone being a first offender in the car, in the Porsche, when you speak with Officer Fife on the video that was played to you during cross, and you were speaking about it being sealed, do you recall that?
Yes.
Were you able to discern whether the first offender plea of guilty had been completed, whether that term had been completed? Your Honor, without Mr. Steele's testimony.
I'm gonna ignore that. I'm gonna, look, there's no objection that's been posed or what basis, so if you have a basis for the objection, Mr. Steele, I'll sustain that once you phrase
At the time that you learned of someone's first offender plea, did you know whether or not whatever that first offender plea was had been completed, whether the terms of that sentence was completed?
it. I sustain the question.
Your Honor, that's why I'm asking.
Well,
It would be
you
being
can ask
sealed.
him, if you know, some predicate questions. I mean, I believe he ran, their GCICs at some point in time to stop.
Right, Your Honor.
So if it's genesis from that, then
Did you run the GCICs on both Mr. Kitchens and Mr. Wade? Your Honor,
I'll allow that, Mr. Steele.
did you run the did you run the criminal histories of both Ms. Williams and Mr. Kitchens?
Yes, I had the police representative that works on the shift running for me, but yes.
And as a result of that, did you learn that one of them had received the first offender plea?
Yes,
The first offender plea.
yes,
At the time that you did that, did you know what it meant for someone to enter a first offender plea?
yes,
And if you're entering a first offender plea, based on your understanding of what the law is, are you sentenced as well? When you plead to something as a first offender, are you being sentenced?
I'm not, don't answer that.
Because, Your Honor, I'll withdraw that part and ask. Did you know whether or not the terms of the first offender plea had been completed?
I assume they had because they're sealed.
Unless he knows, he doesn't.
That was what I was looking for. If he didn't, that was why I was asking if he knew. I didn't ask him whether it was or wasn't, just did he know? Because that goes to what else is happening.
And again, based upon your interaction, your conversations with dispatch running the GCIC, did you learn that if at all, that Mr. Williams had completed his first offender?
No, I didn't know, just looking at the criminal history report, I was not confident that that was a conviction on a felony that would meet the probable cause for carrying a firearm once convicted. I didn't know that, and that's why I didn't pursue it any further.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge. You were asked on cross-examination regarding the video that is Exhibit 1. You were asked about conversation that took place at 35 minutes and 33 seconds as it related to charging the occupants of the Porsche. Do you recall being asked about that by Mr. Steele?
Yes,
And you were asked whether or not, you were asked by Mr. Steele whether you had said you didn't want to get blamed for that or blamed somehow within the question. Do you recall being asked a question by Mr. Steele that involved you being blamed for something?
yeah, that was a conversation about the reckless driving charge.
Did you mention during your own conversation, perhaps on the video, did you mention the word blame?
I don't remember if I said blamed or accused or something along those lines, but I knew that if we had used a charge just to get into the vehicle, we'd be held accountable for evidence that was improperly obtained.
Was that the reason that you didn't do what was being asked by Mr. Fox?
When he was asking about the reckless driving, yeah, the evidence or there was no probable cause for that, so that's just, I was not going to pursue that.
And when Officer Pike said he was driving 70 in a 45-mile-an-hour zone, was Officer Pike there with his radar out prior to your conducting the traffic stop on both vehicles?
No, I was the one with the LiDAR, and I got him at 69.
So is it a reckless driving to go 70 in a 45-mile-an-hour zone?
No,
And it being just 1 mile under what Officer Pike said, why did you clarify and say he was going 69?
well, because that would be the numeric that is put on the traffic charge.
And when you were talking about if you go in and get a kilo, something, what were you talking about?
I was talking about that had we decided to arrest Mr. Williams just on the traffic charge for merely the intent of getting into the vehicle to do a vehicle inventory and then uncover drugs in the trunk, that evidence would be suppressed because we never really had, we would have not had probable cause to get into the trunk, so we just weren't going to do that.
And is the time that you had Mr. Williams and Mr. Kitchens, is the time that you interacted with them accurately reflected on the footage captured in Defense 1 and shown on the video, the body cam 2 that is in front of you now?
Yes, ma'am.
So if I fast forward to
I gotta leave. I'm not sure yet. Do you,
40
I read,
and 25 seconds. At this point, have you completed your mission with Mr. Williams?
Yes, he had been released by then.
So him remaining on scene, for what purpose was he still there on scene after you told him to leave?
Well, after I issued the citations, I walked off a ways and he summoned me and I just walked back to the car and he asked me a question.
And what was that question?
He was inquiring on the status of the occupants of the Charger, if they were, what was going on with them.
And what did you tell him?
I just told him that marijuana had been located in the vehicle, so we had to deal with that situation and that I would prefer for him to drive off.
And what did he tell you after that?
He said okay and left a moment later.
Okay. Did he ask anything about the foot race between the time you told him to leave and the time he actually left?
Yes.
So is it accurate with respect to time, if I fast forward to 42 minutes and 25 seconds?
I gotta leave. I'm not sure yet. Do you, I'd rather you take off and not be here so we can finish that up. They got your phone number, they can call you. Yeah, just, if they're gonna call you, we'll have them do it soon, all right?
So as you're positioned on the screen in 42 minutes and 34 seconds, had you walked away from your encounter with Mr. Williams and Mr. Kitchen?
Yes.
It's a ordinary stop that didn't involve guns or drugs and all of that. If you were conducting an ordinary stop where the driver didn't have his license, you had to check it. Did I recall correctly that you said that that would take about 7 to 10 minutes, or did you say something different?
About 7 to 10 minutes to get the citations entered and then printed out and signed and all that.
And so, is it an accurate reflection of the time of the interaction that you had about 42 minutes and 34 seconds with Mr. Williams and Mr. Kitchen?
Yes.
And so, with the difference between that and what it would take without the guns and the drugs, be the length of time beyond the length of time of normal stops without guns and drugs, right?
Yes. The guns, the drugs, the knowledge of a felony drug arrest that led to the criminal history checks, all of those things account for the difference between that 7 to 10 minute stop and this 42-minute stop.
When Officer Fikes was on scene, was he within your eyesight while he was interacting with the occupants of the Dodge Charger?
Yes,
How far away from him were you?
Yeah, it's been essential student.
Were you able to observe the surroundings of the Dodge Charger that existed at the time that Officer Fikes was interacting with it?
yes,
And would you recognize the image, the area where the Dodge Charger was during the encounter with Officer Fikes, if you were to see it?
yes.
Now, were you, for all intents and purposes, the lead investigator as it relates to this particular stop?
Yes.
As the lead on this particular stop, what were your responsibilities?
Initially to conduct the investigation into the speeding violations, but then as the stop progressed, conduct the investigation into the no license on person violation, the marijuana violation, the weapon charges. At least one of the occupants of the Charger had existing warrants. The driver of the Charger had no license at all. So it was from the time the traffic stop first took place, just more and more probable cause for more and more charges just kept developing.
And did Officer Fikes have body camera wear on his person as well?
Ordinarily he does, but he was off duty and heading home, and he had docked the body cam to get charged, so he wasn't wearing it when this encounter occurred.
Okay. So how many body camera videos did you secure as part of this investigation? I'm laying a foundation, Your Honor, for a future question that would be objected to without the foundation.
I'll move objection. The law.
Your Honor, I object.
It's me, okay, so let her just finish, okay, and you can make a full objection at that point in time, okay?
Did you collect any other body camera video of this incident that you were the lead on?
So there is footage from other officers that gets uploaded into the digital video storage system that we have. Yes.
And if you were to see other footage, did you review that other footage, some of the other footage of the other officers?
I reviewed portions of some of it, yes.
And if you were to see some of the other footage, would you recognize it as footage from the encounter where you were the lead and that was uploaded and stored as part of your file?
Yes.
Okay. With the court's permission, I'm not going to play the sound. I'm just going to show you a portion of the digital file on State's Exhibit 1 that ends in body cam 3 run.
Go right ahead, sir.
First, I know that there is not a federal court where plus foundation can recognize. But if you look at the case of 316, Georgia, I think, 811, in Division 4, and 2026. And we're discussing
All right, but we get the site one more time.
Sure. 316, Hold
on one second, Mr. Shea. Officer Gant, can I get you step outside just a second? You can go and do the, over here. All right. I'll let you know. Just make yourself at ease till we're finished. Thank you, sir. All right, Officer Gant, so just.
316 Georgia.
Yeah, 811. That's from the, please check it out.
I see it is.
Beginning of the ways that the scope of redirect is more effective assistance. The Supreme Court recently said that when we redirect, it may be not rejected under the that's my first step. Because I will find that law. They say that they don't specifically say by law, but they say it's true.
But Georgia allows for, we don't have the scope of the federal court. Right. I mean, so it can, federal court, you only can ask what was responsive to that particular, like, direct examination or cross-examination. Here is that versus redirect and recross. In Georgia, you can ask anything you want at any point in time.
Well,
Theoretically. So
that is over.
okay, all right.
Why the Supreme Court would like that? That's not
I'm looking right now. It says under Division 4.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Should say that. That's one. Two, to lay a foundation for something from entire body camera, but I won't play the audio show depiction of a separate graphic side. You don't play far. It's still even if it was working away out to present what chart.
Do we have Officer Fight present?
Two things.
Answer my question. Please answer my question. Okay, all right. So he's not here.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, he would be required for the foundation for his body cam.
Versus Smith the state must show that it was a fair representation.
I get that, Mallory. I don't have any issue with that. But you still got the predicate. You don't have the officer here to testify about, well, what did you do to orient us? I mean, anybody can certainly, you're right, under that definition, lay a foundation for that particular body camera. But you're getting around what you ordinarily would do or have to do, and that's call the witness. You're going to get into things that particular witness is going to potentially say.
Your Honor, that's the reason, that is the very reason I was not on the staff. But I did not want anything that the officer on the stand right now cannot testify about to be admitted when the person was actually speaking and heard it is the proper person to have if the officer himself was here. The officer again heard everything that was said during the interaction between Officer Fight and the occupants of the car. I would have asked to play the whole thing, video and sound. Because he didn't, and but because he saw the interaction, that is the reason I was asking that the court allow him to play it without the sound. And if he could, if officer or lieutenant Gant would recognize the imagery depicted in the video without the sound, that is the whole.
Yeah. I still got a problem with it, but go ahead. I'll let you finish.
Don't, you're dealing with the issue of the state. One is prolonged detention. I'm not exactly asking. Two, the state is saying that now go to another person's body count. That this person can't say he's not in a position to say that that entire body camera is authentic. We're going to have to sit here and say, yeah, I remember that, I don't remember that. What's that? Say, I'm still so we have to say, yeah, well, 1 second, 4 seconds, that's the distance. But from 4 seconds to 30 minutes is not.
And your Honor,
The issue is stop.
Yes, ma'am.
not. Stop self-establishment, driven by that is by to and then whatever.
And I'm gonna make a decision on that. I think there's plenty for me to decide that right now. I'm just gonna tell you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay? I don't really need that particular video, but I think you have some foundations. I do believe you're gonna need it. You're gonna need it. You're gonna need Officer Gant, but Officer Fight, to lay that foundation. If you're gonna get, I think Mr. Steele's right in terms of snippet. It just be a whole lot cleaner if you ended up just getting Officer Fight, but I don't need that right now. Just telling you, to make a determination on the issues. I think you all have given me plenty to think about at this point in time. Okay, can we summon Lieutenant Gant, please? Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Lieutenant Gant, did you hear your interaction with the court and the charge? Did you lay eyes on the gun that was in the charge?
I did, but after the Porsche left.
And did you continue that investigation until that charge was taken away and the occupants taken wherever it was?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all that. Thank you.
Can you recross, sir?
Very brief. What information did, Lieutenant, what information did you have when dealing with Jeffrey Williams, the Porsche, where I'm including Sergio Kitchens, but the Porsche, the white Porsche, that Mr. Williams or Mr. Kitchens had any possessory interest or knowledge or ownership of any of the illegal items in the charge?
Objection, asked again.
And it's been asked and answered. Yeah. I don't have any questions. All right, thank you.
I don't have any questions.
Okay, thank you, sir. Can we permanently temporarily excuse Lieutenant Gant?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, for the purposes of motion. Lieutenant Gant, I want to excuse you at this one time for purpose of motion. Please don't discuss testimony anybody said the attorneys in this case, and we'll call you if necessary at another time, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your patience with us. Council, before we go to argument, first of all, I apologize. The state president,
Oh, yes, Judge.
okay, Mr. Steele, do you have any other witnesses?
I don't, I just want to.
No, hold on, one second. Any other witnesses now?
Your Honor, no, but I just wanted to make sure that I safety to the one. Dash included and one. And just for the purpose of the record, not to the other court knows what I showed. Lieutenant Gant, the second video report,
I've admitted states one, the two files, dash cam that was labeled as body cam, file one, and then I admitted file two, body camera, then admitted file three, officer vice, body cam has been identified, but is not admitted. Okay. No, I just said, yeah, I hadn't ruled on that, so you can leave it. That's fine. That's been admitted. And then I've also admitted the purpose of the motion with defense one. So, and defense one is the same as states one, file two. Okay, so is the tape rest for the purpose of motion, madam?
This one, no,
Okay, Mr. Steele, do you have any other witnesses or evidence you'd like to present at this time, sir?
No, and I know I owe a envelope, but if I could just give it to the court reporter since it's in evidence, and then I will supplement it with an envelope, and this is Mr.
I think we can find out. We'll be fine, but the record will reflect that you've given Ms. Weaver T1, okay? For the purpose of the motion. Yes, you can. All right. Before we take up argument in this case, counsel, I'd like with your permission to go ahead. I've excused the balance of the jurors for the afternoon, given the length that we have taken. I have retained juror 420, who I believe is a full-time student. So if we could clear her at this point in time, Mr. Randolph, can you call her so we can see if I can, we can quickly examine her? Thank you. Juror 420, good afternoon, madam. Do me a favor, madam. Could you pull your chair up as close as you can to the microphone and speak directly in it so we can all hear you?
yes.
Okay, all right. Madam, let me see if I can summarize your walk with us so far. You came in, I want to say, on the 6th of January. Heard the court give you a orientation and you saw a juror video, correct?
Yes.
And then I want to say on the 11th or thereabouts of January, you came in, you filled out a 37-page questionnaire under oath. Is that kind of what you did?
Yes.
All right. You can speak up for me. Use your outside voice, okay?
Okay.
Okay. All right. Okay. So today, if all right with you, I'd like to follow up on some of the responses that you gave during the court's during that particular questionnaire. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Now, we also have some information about you that's biographical in nature, and I want to say that you gave it, you have provided it to us. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Have you finished high school already?
Yes.
Okay. And are you working as a waitress at Diamond? Or are you going to school at this point in time?
Right now I'm not working there.
Okay. Are you attending school?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of school are you attending at this point now?
It's a trade school. It's like a program. It's for a medical assistant.
Okay, so you're going to be a medical assistant. When did you start your program?
In like April.
April of this year?
Yeah.
Okay. And how long is the program?
So I think it was 12 weeks, and then I finished the actual program, and then
you finished the 12-week portion.
Yeah, but I have to do an internship.
Okay, and so now are you in your internship period?
Yes, but I haven't started it yet.
Okay. When are you going to start your internship period?
I was gonna do it within the next 2 weeks.
Next couple weeks.
Yes.
And how many hours is the internship period?
It's 100 hours.
So that would be working 40 hours a week, almost 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks. Does that sound all right? If you're working 40 hours a week.
So it's gonna be on my own time. So I was only gonna do like a few hours.
Okay. And why is it gonna be on your own time? Is that because you have to work?
Yeah, I'm working.
Okay, where are you working now? Are you still working at Diamond or you found someplace else?
Now at Cheetahs.
Where?
At Cheetahs? Cheetahs Lounge?
Cheetahs, okay.
Yes.
What time do you work at Cheetahs?
9 to 3.
9 a.m. to 3 p.m.?
9
Or
p.m.
9 p.m. to
Yes.
3 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay, what do you do at Cheetahs?
I'm a dancer.
Okay. And so you work during so is it your goal to work during the day and knock out the hours for your internship and then work part-time at Cheetah, or what's your plan?
Yeah, I was gonna do the internship during the day or on the weekends and then work at night.
Okay, and you haven't started the internship. How long do you have to finish the internship?
I'm not sure.
Okay, so you don't have is there a separate, are you sure you don't have some time period to finish your internship in order to, okay, a bad question on my part. Okay, so after the internship, you have to take an examination.
Yes, I have to take the national exams.
You have to take a national exam.
Yes.
Okay, how long do you have between completing the program, which you've done already, to take the national exam? Do you have a year? Do you have 6 months? Because that will certainly affect the number of internship hours. And I assume you have to complete the internship in order to take the final.
Yes.
Okay, so how long after you graduate do they give you to finish or take the examination?
I'm not sure, but my teacher did contact me about starting the internship. I was just out of town, so.
All right, okay, so, but your intent is to start that in this couple of weeks?
Yes.
Okay, so if we were to call you as a juror in this particular case, and you were here about 3 to 4 months at a minimum, how would that affect your ability to finish your internship?
I'm not sure how long it's gonna take me to finish, because I'm only gonna do like a few hours a week. So I don't know if I'm still gonna be doing it by then.
So do you think that would interfere with, coming here would interfere with your internship?
Yes.
All right, would you in any way, would that affect your ability if you came here to pay attention to what was going on in the four walls of this courtroom? Or do you believe you could give it your undivided attention?
It might distract me.
All right, so that would distract you, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that distraction would affect your ability to be fair and impartial to the state of Georgia, as well as to each individual defendant?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Okay. You said that if you had to come here, and you couldn't do your internship hours, then you would be distracted. Is that your testimony? Is that what you told me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So the next thing I wanted to ask you is, do you think in any way, and we're going to be bound by whatever it is you tell us, okay? And we're going to be, whatever the answer is, we're not looking for a particular answer, but we are looking for you to give us your honest answer, okay?
Okay.
All right. So do you think or believe in any way that might affect your ability, this distraction would affect your ability to be fair and impartial to the state as well as to each individual defendant?
Yes, because I want to be focused on my finals and school.
Okay. Anything, counsels?
No.
Counsels, anything on behalf of the defendants? May we excuse Juror 420 for hardship? All right. Okay, Juror 420, ma'am, I'm going to go ahead and excuse you for hardship. Wish you all the best, okay? Hope you finish up your studies very quickly, all right?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now that that amount of business is complete, I'll hear argument on, Mr. Steele's motion. So, Ms. Loves, you wish to make argument at this point in time, or do you want to wait? Reserve, okay. All right, Mr. Steele, go right ahead, sir.
Can I share a couple of cases?
Can
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. So, the way I understand this issue is we are going to send the court as Mr. Williams, number one, from today and evidence and can review it if needed. But that body camera is excellent to, at least we believe it's excellent, to show what occurred during this May 18, 2018 traffic stop. And Mr. Williams is the driver of the vehicle, so he's standing. It's a white Porsche vehicle. Mr. Kitchens is in the vehicle next to him in the passenger seat. And it's a speeding stop. The lieutenant also noticed another vehicle that his word is driving in tandem. He said they were approximately a car length or two away from each other, driving approximately the same speed, and had that vehicle pulled over by Officer Fikes. So when we're in a traffic situation, it's a speeding case. That's how it starts. And Mr. Williams is approached on the passenger side, so we see Mr. Kitchens and the lieutenant. And Mr. Williams is not driving his license, and I believe the law in the state of Georgia is that whenever you drive a vehicle, you have to have a license on your person. And Mr. Williams, to my belief, the evidence is that he did not have a license on his person. So that's a second issue of that's a violation of the law. And yes, they're both driving offenses. One's speeding, the other one. So the lieutenant gathers the information from Mr. Williams, gets his date of birth of August 16th of 1991, gets Mr. Kitchens' information, and goes back to the vehicle. And then he's obligated in his mind, and I've never been a court, but a court's mind, to assist his fellow officers. So he's waiting on other officers to arrive because the Charger vehicle is not going as cooperative, with my word, as the Porsche vehicle, meaning the occupants are not cooperating the way that Mr. Williams, Mr. Kitchens. So he is distracted from the mission. The reason I use the word mission is because that's what the case law teaches us. But within a short period of time, and it's on the video, officers arrive to assist Officer Fikes, and by the time before 8 minutes and 45 seconds, it's actually before, but that's the longest time stated, Lieutenant Gant knew that Mr. Williams' license existed. It was Mr. Williams. It wasn't like me giving Mr. Williams information because he recognized the photograph to his satisfaction. And at that point, he's ready to write up the citations because he was not going to make an arrest for the two misdemeanors. He was going to give the citations. I had absolutely no issue with the detention at that point at all. My problem comes next, and that's a series of cases I did in this honorable court, the prosecutors, and two young men who wanted to be lawyers. I gave them a copy of the cases as well, who's sitting in this honorable court's room. And the first case is, I think this was really a good case for us to really have the U.S. Supreme Court solidify what are we doing with traffic stops. That's Rodriguez, R-O-D-R-I-G-U-E-Z versus United States. It's 575 U.S. 348. It's a 2015 case. And in the copy I did in this honorable court and the parties, it starts at page 6. This is written by the Honorable Justice Ginsburg, and on page 6 of the majority opinion, in Division 2, which is on the left-hand side in the center, the highest court in our country wrote, a seizure for a traffic violation justifies a police investigation of that violation. A relative brief encounter of a routine traffic stop is more analogous to a so-called Terry stop, and then skipping all the case citations. Like a Terry stop, the tolerable duration of police inquiries in the traffic stop context is determined by the seizure's mission to address the traffic violation that warranted the stop and attend to related safety concerns. Going to the next right-hand side upper portion in parentheses, the Honorable High Court wrote, the scope of the detention must be carefully tailored to its underlying justification, because addressing the infraction is the purpose of the stop, and it may, and this is what I stress on, last no longer than is necessary to effectuate that purpose. Authority for the seizure thus ends when the tasks tied to the traffic infraction are, and this is what I'm stressing, or reasonably should have been completed. Going to the next paragraph, our decisions in CABA, LLES, and Johnson, JRHLSON, heed these constraints.
You don't believe the actions of Officer Gant and basically probably an oversight, checking or waiting to get the information back from GCIC, filling out the ticket itself, being distracted from other things that were going on wouldn't be issues as to whether or not the task was reasonably completed.
Right, because what happens in there is the following. You have the assistance with the charge. All that is over within minutes. What Lieutenant Gant testified to is he was starting to write the citation. At 5 minutes, approximately 5 minutes to testify, he knew that Jeffrey Williams had a valid license, and at approximately 7 minutes, he was working on Jeffrey Williams' 2 citations. This all comes around redirect by Madam Prosecutor Lowe. So we are now at 7 minutes and he's working on the citations. But what is he doing, Your Honor? Well, I asked the court, why is it lawful to have a drug dog go around the vehicle of Mr. Williams?
That's at the 8:35 mark.
There's been all testimony that Mr. Williams is nervous. I've given cases, I'll get to them with the court's permission. Nervousness is expected when people are stopped, but this nervousness has nothing to do with articulable reasonable suspicion, nervousness alone. In addition to that, there's no odor of marijuana. There's no evidence of any type of criminality, and the police went off in a direction to do ordinary criminal work.
What about the aspect of the 2 vehicles being stopped together? Because, as Gant mentioned, they were speeding in tandem, so both vehicles were pulled over. So, what would you say to that? I mean, because there's a lot going on. This is not a regular traffic stop. And by its development, I from my looking at the course looking at the video, it would appear that there's reasons as to why it was a little bit longer than the 7 to 10 minute mark for your average speeding or citation situation. So you want to address that?
Yes. What evidence is there, and I rely on the record, I challenge the record, that that there was any articulable suspicion, anything, that Mr. Williams was a part of any type of illegal activity in the charging? The fact that 2 cars are driving in tandem and both speeding is not any evidence in this case that Mr. Williams was a participant in any way. I asked twice, and I tried to ask on recross, and you said, it was already been asked and answered. What evidence is there that Mr. Williams was a participant, had knowledge of, had an ownership interest in any type of illegal activity in the charging? The answer previously was nothing. So to group Mr. Williams in and to hold him for 40 minutes, it's 40 minutes. He's at the side of a road. He was told to sit down on a curb while his car is being in law enforcement officers' hands. He cannot leave because he doesn't have the ticket. Mr. Kitchens doesn't have the return of his license, and a drug dog is walking around the car with absolutely no articulable suspicion. Zero.
So we didn't find anything in Mr. Williams' car, and he was let go. So what are you asking this court to suppress?
It is the fact that anything was found or not found doesn't matter. It's the duration.
I apologize. What?
No, I apologize. The fact that there was no illegal activity for Mr. Williams, he was let go, that's true. But it is the illegal detention that led to the conversation about, do you have firearms in the car? If you think it through, Your Honor, the way I do, then there's no reason to approach that car, take time away from writing out that ticket. Officer Gant left his vehicle, did not write out the ticket, and approached Mr. Williams' car and asked about firearms. And we know that because he said in his body camera before he approached Mr. Williams, I'm going to get them out of the car so you can do the drug dog search. That extends the parameters. Under Neely, Neely versus State, it's the next case. It's 362 Georgia Appeal 103. It's a 2021 case. On page 4, our second highest court, wrote on the left-hand side, halfway down the page, first full paragraph, we note that the trial court also found that the total stop only took 3 minutes before the defendant admitted that he had smoked and ultimately that there was still a blunt, quote unquote, jargon to refer to marijuana inside of the vehicle. But there is no bright line rule for determining when the length of the detention becomes unreasonable. As stated above, even a short prolongation, prolongation, is unreasonable unless good cause has appeared in the meantime to justify a continuation of the detention.
You don't think the conversations that Officer Gant had with Officer Fight about, and also given the fact that Officer Gant was trying to basically watch the other vehicle and the information was developing at the time in regards to the other vehicle and its context, because from Officer Gant's perspective, he's saying, okay, I pulled both these cars over at the same time. So I'm trying to determine if they're together or not, but he's at least got to, given the fact that there are a weapon is determined to be found. We got 4 occupants in the vehicle. Officer Gant's attention is distracted. So what would you say to that?
I would say that at the time that Officer Gant, Lieutenant Gant, left his vehicle and stopped the mission of the traffic offense by not working on the citation and approached Mr. Williams' car with Officer Fikes, the 4 occupants of the Charger are all in custody. in handcuffs with other officers. There was nothing distracting Lieutenant Gant from writing out those citations. All the focus was on Mr. Williams' vehicle. There was no. Mr. Steele, with all due respect, I saw the video, and there's a lot going on at that time. I don't know how you can say that he wasn't distracted by the other things that were going on. He also, Officer Gant, that is watching the vehicle and says, "Hey, somebody's making some movements," and so he is also watching that particular charger. That's earlier, by the time that we are prolonged. Mr. Williams is being prolonged. And he's sitting in his car, and Lieutenant Gant and Officer Fikes approaches the Porsche. So when in the video do you think that Officer Gant should have completed his mission? What period of time do you think given the objective facts, he should have been completed? At the 8:45 mark, after he already knows that Mr. Williams has a valid driver's license, and he already testified that he was already starting to write the citations, and all of the people in the charger are in custody with other officers looking at them. And at 7:40, that's what the Samba Court is talking about. That's when Lieutenant Gant tells another officer, I'm quoting, quote, "Your guy in the black hoodie is reaching. He keeps putting his hand in his pocket," end quote. At 8:35 is now Lieutenant Gant radios Officer Fikes that he wants a drug search on the Porsche as well. There is absolutely no reasonable or articulable suspicion to hold Mr. Williams a second. So didn't they find marijuana between the 7:40 mark and the 8:45 mark? Wasn't marijuana found at that point in time in the Charger? Yeah, but the Charger is not the Porsche. The Charger is with the Porsche. No, well, when? They said, well, they got stopped together. So why? Does that? You're saying that doesn't justify Gant's decision to bring the drug dog to Williams' car? Absolutely not. That's what I'm saying. Okay. I'm saying without evidence that Mr. Williams partook in the drugs in the Charger, owned it. There's no evidence that Mr. Williams even knew there were drugs in the Charger. What Officer Gant, or Lieutenant Gant, stated was perfect on the stand. Do you know he told you he had a hunch? He said that twice. And his instincts may be great. In this case, they were terrible. He held two human beings on the side of the road for an additional 34 and a half minutes. That is wrong. That's what the law protects. And that's why, under the Neely case, it was a 3-minute extension or prolongation of the stop. And our appellate court said, absent reasonable suspicion of another crime, activities unrelated to the mission of the stop must not extend the time of the stop, and I'm quoting, at all. I'm stressing at all. And such a prolongation of the stop is not permissible. Mr. Williams' constitutional rights have been violated. Your Honor, in order to find that there is articulable suspicion, it's in the last case I've given this honorable court from the parties. It's in Terry, T-E-R-R-Y, versus State. It's 358 Georgia Appeal 195, 2021 case. It's on page 5 of 8 on the right-hand side. It's in the first full paragraph. It starts with thus. We count down 12 lines. The right-hand side, the last word, the court wrote, and significantly, reasonable articulable suspicion requires a particularized and objective basis for suspecting that the citizen or a citizen is involved in criminal activity. There is zero objective basis. What the officer said was, I have a hunch because they're driving in tandem. But when I specifically asked him, and Ms. Love asked him, Did you have any evidence that Mr. Williams was doing anything wrong, committing a crime, other than the traffic stops? His answer is no. They were just driving in tandem. And when you start then looking into, but Officer Fife said that I stopped Mr. Williams on a date uncertain, it was not given a date, for a felony traffic stop. Mr. Williams is not a convicted felon. Those are not reasons to hold Mr. Williams. That is guilt by association. That is what every person does not want to happen in America. So to answer your question, I hope I'm answering it. Yes, I have a big problem, and I believe the Constitution, both in the Georgia and United States, as well as OCGA section 17-5-30 et al., would say that the lengthening of that traffic stop, 3 minutes is kneeling. There's actually a case that talks about seconds. Once that person is illegally detained, everything thereafter is unlawful. And I'd like it to be considered by the Honorable Court to be suppressed. And yes, I do understand. You know, the Honorable Max Sharp asked me that, but Mr. Williams didn't do anything illegal. It's an overt act. Overt acts don't have to be crimes. So I'll concede that Mr. Williams was driving at a high rate of speed, more than 45 miles an hour, on May 18, 2018, and he had a gun in the car. That's an overt act. If the jury finds that Mr. Williams willfully and knowingly joined the RICO conspiracy, he gets convicted. So yes, I'm challenging it for that reason, that there should have been no conversation about guns in the car. It's at that point when Lieutenant Fikes got out of his car, he unlawfully extended the duration of the traffic offense. That is the poison that we are stamping out with the Rodriguez case. In the case RICO 4, Terry, I gave it, I'm going out of order, so I apologize to everyone, but it's the second to last case I gave everyone in order. It's Migliore, Migliore versus State. It's 240 Georgia Appeal, 783. It's a 1999 case. On page 4 of 6. On the second, on the right-hand side, second line from the top and the center. At the bench trial, Fields testified that he wanted to walk the canine because of the nervous acting, the nervousness of both subjects, and the stories are not matching. Reasonable suspicion to detain and investigate for illegal drug activity does not arise from nervousness. Differing statements regarding whether a relationship is romantic or the length of time spent in previous destination, or the length of time spent. My point is, to say Mr. Williams was nervous, you know, it was obvious I didn't ask questions, but Lieutenant Gant didn't know Mr. Williams. When it came back on the radio saying, hey, you stopped Young Thug, he's a big known rap, highly known rapper, accomplished rapper, whatever the words are, this is gonna make the news. Lieutenant Gant's statement was, I don't know the gentleman. So he doesn't know if Mr. Williams was nervous or not, but nervousness is what we expect. And that's in every single case. So, Your Honor, I believe that the issue is framed well for the court. You know, I trust you, everyone trusts you. I just don't see it the way Lieutenant Gant saw it, and I guess the way the state sees it, that driving in tandem alone without any other information is not a scintilla of information. They work together. That came out at your hearing. Somebody said they work together. So what? It's lawful work. They never said we work together in the drug trade or we run guns, illegal guns together. It was simply two cars that pulled over. You know, I was imagining, what if Mr. Williams and I were driving in separate cars and we were both speeding, even racing, and I get pulled over and I have illegal contraband, he gets pulled over, he has nothing. Why is he going to sit for 40 minutes? when there's no tie to what I'm doing. If he wasn't in my car, he didn't put anything in my car, he wasn't being followed and surveilled, it wasn't his bag in the car, his license wasn't in the other car, there's no connection to the other car with the illegal contraband in it, then he should be able to leave. And the reason I feel very strongly about this is once the other officers had the 4 occupants of the Charger in tow, all the focus was on Mr. Williams. So it was not the way it was at the beginning when Lieutenant Gant says, I'm responsible for everybody after the people stopped and the officers, and I'm the highest ranking member until his ranking member came out there. At that point, when he went up to Mr. Williams' car, he got out of the car with Deputy Fikes, Officer Fikes, because the other gentlemen in the Charger were all in custody. They were not a threat to law enforcement or anybody in that area, and they were already being detained in handcuffs. Lieutenant Gant, and I am not anti-Lieutenant Gant, he is honorable. Officer Fikes wanted to have Mr. Williams arrested simply for his car to be impounded. I mean, he was sick. Sick to have his car impounded to look for evidence of drugs and to take his money. And Lieutenant Gant stood up for all of us and said, I can't do that. I can't do that. The problem is Lieutenant Gant did prolong the stop. In addition to that, Your Honor, I don't see how anybody would say that Mr. Williams consented to anything here. First of all, about the firearms, you have no evidence. You have an illegal search. Lieutenant Gant said, I cannot tell you the conversation between Officer Fikes and Mr. Williams or Mr. Kitchens about looking at either gun. That is an illegal search on its face because in order for that search to go under consent, which is what you have here, you have no articulable suspicion to get into that car and take those guns. So the 2 guns that are taken were illegally taken by Officer Fikes because the state brought the wrong witness. In order for consent, which is what is before you, the only reason to go into that car was pursuant to consent of Mr. Kitchens and Mr. Williams. Consent is defined as follows. The state has the burden of proving the validity of a consensual search and must show that consent is given voluntarily. The voluntariness of consent is determined by looking at the totality of the circumstances, and the standard for measuring the scope of a suspect's consent is that of objective reasonableness. Mere acquiescence to the authority asserted by the police officer cannot substitute for free consent, and we are required to scrutinize closely an alleged consent to search. And Your Honor, that is from Cruz, C-R-U-Z, I did not get a copy, versus State 366 Georgia Appeal 183, that's in Division 1, to 2022 cases at 881 Southeast 2D 27. So you have 2 different, quote, consents. The first one is what I just talked about, the taking of those firearms that are in evidence on the video. They were put back in Mr. Williams' vehicle in the trunk. When he left, he drove away with them in his trunk, and the officer said, just do me a favor, don't put them in the passenger compartment of the car until you leave our area. But the serial numbers, the type of guns, all that, I'm asking you to please suppress, because the state has no reason to grab those guns except for consent, and they did not produce any evidence to sustain their burden, regardless of anything else. Regardless of anything else you will, my opinion would be that any testimony about the guns and the serial numbers on the guns and what type of guns would be suppressed. Any attenuation of the police taking the guns and running them. Number 2, you have the issue that Mr. Williams somehow consented to getting out of the vehicle. I don't believe that is so. I think that what happened happened was Lieutenant Gant, outside of the earshot of Mr. Williams, said in his car to Officer Feist, "I'm going to get them out of the car." I'm not quoting, but it's something effective. "I'm going to get them out of the car. I want you to walk the drug dog around the car." Went up to Mr. Williams' vehicle, talked to Mr. Williams about where there's firearms in the car, and told him that I'm going to have a drug dog go around the car, and for your protection, so you don't get noticed and the dog doesn't get noticed, I'm going to have you get out of the car. Is that okay? And according to Officer Gant, the "is that okay" somehow became that Mr. Williams was freely, voluntarily, and knowingly getting out of his car and surrendering his car to the search. And again, under the Cruz versus State, the last line I read to this honorable court, mere acquiescence to the authority asserted by a police officer cannot substitute for free consent, and we are required to scrutinize closely an alleged consent to search. So my belief is this was not a consensual encounter. At that point, it's extending it is going on a new direction. Are there drugs or guns or other evidence of a crime, ordinary crime in a car? That has nothing to do with the mission of this traffic stops. Lieutenant Gant is not writing these citations at all, so it's taking time away from that, which is the prolonging this. We have 3 minutes in the Neely case, and then you have, Your Honor, Mr. Williams is illegally detained. He did not consent and said, "I freely and voluntarily wish to get out of my car," and you guys have him on to sit on the side of the road with a police officer standing within a short distance of me, looking at me and Mr. Kitchens the whole time. Well, we can't leave because I don't have the citations and Mr. Kitchens doesn't have his license. So everything from that standpoint, that's where I cut it off. Everything from walking away from the mission of the traffic citation when the people in charge were under control, and Lieutenant Gant could have and should have written out those citations and given to Mr. Williams and told Mr. Williams he's free to leave. Instead, Mr. Williams stayed another 32 minutes and a half, or 34 minutes and a half on the side of the road. So I asked for everything after that point to be excluded from trial. If you do that, it would knock out an overact. That's what I'm focused on, because I do understand there was no charges to Mr. Williams, but there is, a serious overact in the case. That should not be there because it's a constitutional violation.
Which overact are you talking about?
Okay, give me 1 second. I think it's 7-5. 7-5, Your Honor. And that's the only one I understand. But I'll answer your question. I hope I've answered your question. That's how I feel about the case.
Where in Cruz did you get visit on the last thing you said about the
In Division 1.
okay?
And it's an indent. If you don't see it, I could give it to you, but it's indent quote by our appellate court. Starts out with Cruz argues that the trial court erred in denying his motion to suppress because his consent was invalid. Because the evidence supports the trial court's determination that Cruz consent was voluntary. We disagree, and then it goes into generally a search based on voluntary consent eliminates the need for a search warrant or probable cause, and then it's an indentation, which I read to this on the court. Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. All right. All right, Ms. Sloan?
Thank you, Judge. Would you get out and here?
That's fine.
Your Honor, I'll start out with the fact that Mr. Steele has read to the court Cruz, and the court asked for clarity on where it was located. I would ask the court to read the entirety of that section in Division 1, where the court concluded that consent was given. There is no requirement, as Cruz says, that a defendant be informed of his right to refuse consent, or that the defendant articulate with such specificity as Mr. Steele has suggested.
I disagree with that. he's saying that you can't acquiesce to authority asserted by a police officer. That's what he's asking me to come look at. So I understand what the difference is, that you're right about consent. You don't have the right to be told you whether that you can consent or not. So I understand.
Okay. And the second thing that I would ask that the court take note of is the exigency of the circumstances surrounding the stop of two vehicles. This was not a stop of a lone vehicle and then a separate unrelated stop of another. This was Lieutenant Gant's stop. He is literally stopping two vehicles that are speeding together at the same rate of speed down the highway. It wasn't unrelated. There was the suspicion by Officer Gant that they were traveling together. That suspicion was confirmed with the language and the commentary from the driver of the Charger. That suspicion
When did Lieutenant Gant know that?
Your Honor, the evidence,
Is that after 7 minutes and 45 seconds?
I believe that it was, but not only that, Your Honor, at 7, and the court has defense 1 and states 1. And I believe that that will also shed light on that. But the idea that the stop should have ended at 7 minutes and 47 seconds is belied by the fact that at 23 minutes, Lieutenant Gant is conducting criminal history searches on Jeffrey Williams because prior to 7 minutes and 47 seconds, he learned of guns and drugs in the car speeding along with Jeffrey Williams, and that they are both coming from the same location. They are coming from the club. I believe the officer came up to Lieutenant Gant at...
Assuming I agree all that. How do we get the drugs and the reasonable articulable suspicion for Lieutenant Gant to basically run the dog around the car?
Your Honor, the running of the dog around the car did not prolong the stop. There is no testimony that
You have to have a reasonable articulable suspicion to do that to the end?
Your Honor,
You know what I mean? If I get stopped on I-20, and the Georgia State Patrol just pop Jack out of the back and run around my car?
actually, Your Honor, they could, as long as it doesn't prolong the stop.
But don't they have to have reasonable articulable suspicion again to do that?
Yeah. No, Your Honor, no. If literally a stop is taking place and a dog is on site and they run a dog around the car while the stop is being conducted, no, they do not have to have reasonable articulable suspicion to run a dog around your car. And if there was the absence of other reasons for Lieutenant Gant continuing his interaction with Jeffrey Williams, if there was an absence of that, and a dog walks around the car and drugs are found in the car, the only remedy for a seizure that the court found there was no reasonable articulable suspicion for, perhaps would be the suppression of the drugs that were found as a result of an illegal walking around the car after an encounter had already concluded. Here you have a circumstance where Lieutenant Gant, who is responsible for the investigation of both of the cars and the activities of the occupants inside, he is not only interacting with Jeffrey Williams and Sergio Kitchens to, one, determine whether or not Jeffrey Williams is a lawfully licensed driver, two, to determine whether or not there is, as he's looking at the other car, learning that there are drugs and guns in the other car, as he is populating the field for the citations that he is issuing. Several things are going on all at one time.
Okay, let's go back to the drug dog things. I don't think I agree with you about that. Rodriguez, the U.S. Supreme Court case indicates that if you run a drug dog around a vehicle, the traffic stop's extended.
Your Honor, if there's nothing else happening, if the traffic stop is extended because of the drug dog, I'm so glad that we do have defense 1 in evidence, because the court can see exactly what is happening. Lieutenant Gant isn't stopping.
Okay, but what's the hunch, or what's the objective facts that Gant's relying upon so that he can go ahead and extend this particular search or encounter as to Mr. Williams.
Your Honor,
Not the charger, Mr. Williams.
thank you, Your Honor. Lieutenant Gant did not extend the encounter with Mr. Williams. That's the point.
If he put the drug dog around the car, he's extended that particular stop.
Your Honor, Lieutenant Gant was literally riding.
That's what Rodriguez tells me. U.S. vs. Rodriguez tells me. Okay?
Your Honor,
Now, that without reasonable suspicion, a traffic stop that is extended in order to conduct a drug dog sniff is unreasonable seizure.
Your Honor, I would submit there then that the speeding together from the studio with the charger that has been stopped.
Unless the officer has more than just a hunch that criminal activity is afoot, an officer cannot continue to detain the person in order to run a dog around the person's car.
He did not have a hunch, Your Honor. He did not have only a
He
hunch.
testified he had a hunch.
Your Honor,
That's what he testified to.
that was that they were, no, Your Honor. He specifically said no when Mr. Steele, and I'll let the court, of course the court has a memorialization of this in the form of the transcript, but no, he did not say that he just had a hunch that he was engaged in criminal activity. He said that he was literally continuing the reason that he was stopped, which was, had Mr. Williams had his license on him, and had Lieutenant Gant not had to go back to the car, run his license, and while running his license, had he not learned that there's drugs and guns in the other car, and he's not seeing this other person over here.
Stop. How does that attribute to Mr. Williams?
Your Honor.
How's that, even if we're speeding in tandem, okay, like say probably were, okay, how does the concept of tandem shift to Mr. Williams?
Your Honor, when you say
Or is it attributed
Mr. Williams,
to Mr. Williams?
the point that the state is making, Your Honor, is that Lieutenant Gant is effecting the writing of the citation and the issuing of the citations during the time he is sitting in the car. He does not prolong the stop in order that the drug dog walk around the car while he is inside the car looking up.
But he's writing the citation,
right?
and then he finishes that around, or no, he's trying to get to it about 7:40, okay, or thereabouts. He's been trying to kind of write this thing, okay. By 8:45, on stage one, D1, I should say, and stage one, file 2, the dog, he asks, hey, do you mind if I bring this dog over? So the issue that Rodriguez talks about is you gotta have more than just a hunch that criminal activity is afoot, and your officer cannot continue to detain the person or to run the dog around the person's car. So that's why I told you what reasonable articulable suspicion. Let me give you an example. If he smelled marijuana coming out of that car, or smelled marijuana from where he stood, you think he'd have reasonable articulable suspicion to run the dog? Certainly. If he saw marijuana in the car, or what he believed to be marijuana, could run the dog? Sure. But you gotta have some reason to run that, to run that particular dog.
I believe that the issue that Mr. Steele has is the gun in the car that was found. And the reason that is important is because it is after Lieutenant Gant is told by Officer Fife that the other car has drugs and guns in it. I'm getting to a point, I'll make it quick, that Lieutenant Gant walks up to Jeffrey Williams and says, do you have guns in the car? Because, Your Honor, I don't want to imagine if he's sitting there riding in his car, writing a ticket, and the person in front of him, as Jeffrey Williams did have, has a gun. He doesn't know whether or not there's a gun. He doesn't know if it's loaded. He doesn't know if it's in his warrants. He's running criminal histories. The court has on the tape.
But that's later. We got to focus in on why the writing of citations. It looks like he's gonna clear because Mr. Williams and his passenger really haven't done anything other than speed, not have a license. Mr. Kitchen hasn't done anything, so he sees the passenger in the car. But at the time where he starts to transition into the dog issue, or running the dog, that's where Rodriguez says, without reasonable suspicion, a traffic stop is extended. So at that point in time, you have to have some basis in order for you to run that dog. And that's what I'm trying to get at this point in time. Is what's the nexus of that? Can you get, later on to stop, you get some nexus about, well, are the vehicles together? But the fact that they found guns and drugs in one car, that doesn't a trick to me.
Those are circumstances. Exigency in which is that you've got two cars driving together, one with guns and drugs in it, and you're sitting in your car writing tickets. You're sitting to make sure there's no guns in the one that is in front of you. So the fact that there's an open air sniff of the car during the time when you locate.
But the gun issue came up later. The dog issue comes up first.
Scott actually asked, not to, but it's for the court, but asked.
Jesus.
At I believe 7 minutes and 46 seconds is when Lieutenant Gant notices the person in the charger who kept putting his hand in his pocket. Right after that is when Officer Fife came over to Lieutenant Gant's car and told him that there was drugs and guns in the car. Right after that.
Is 8:35?
You're not.
That's 8:35 mark.
I don't want to take evidence, and I'll put it back up at 8:35 to ensure that I'm not misstating what has been presented and admitted as evidence to the court. Putting it in now.
So I'll start to play at 8:35, please.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'll start it in 1.
8. That's a second. That's fine. You can start right there.
we're close on right now. Handful of people get on.
We've got 4 detained right here. We're good over here. We've got 2 ambulance so far. We're in the park.
Hey, Fikes, I'm clear you're busy. When you get ready, I'd like to K9 search on this one as well.
They were in together?
Yeah, they were together.
Are they like together?
I haven't asked them formally, but I believe they were all together.
Yes, he got three guns in here.
Okay. I haven't done any searching on this one. These two are, the driver doesn't have his ID on him, but I'm pretty certain that it's him, the name he gave me. The passenger, he's got his ID on him, but I haven't got him out. I haven't done anything else because I've just been kind of waiting on things to calm down.
They have the same cups and everything, so
Yeah.
I'm guessing they come from the same place.
He told me they just came from the studio.
These passengers looking around.
The driver in this one's really nervous.
Really nervous?
Yeah.
How many people are in this one?
2 in this one.
Okay, we got 4 guns in that car.
Okay.
And weed and scales so far. I haven't seen weed, but I smell it.
This one, the driver's really nervous. They were traveling together, so
Okay.
I just haven't.
So you want to pull them out?
Yeah, once everyone there is detained, then everyone and we can
We
take
got
it.
detained and there's 4 officers down the road.
Okay.
And Avery's. One of them got a ton of money in his pocket. I told him just to leave it there until we finish.
Okay.
But when I saw that gun up on the back floorboard and the passenger side, I asked them, are there any more in the car? And everybody said, no, we found 3 more. 2 of them had extended magazines. All of them are perfect.
All the guns are in your front seat. Okay. All right.
That's no weed.
Okay. So this is what I want to do. Just get them out and take them all over here and just walk the dog around this one.
Put them on her right here?
Yeah.
You take away the pain?
Well, these ones, I'm not going to detain them in cuffs yet.
They at least they pat it down. They're traveling
Right.
through that 4
No, I know.
days.
Yeah. Are there any firearms in this car? Firearms? Firearms. There's firearms in this one as well? Where, don't reach for them. All right, just tell me where they're at.
One of them.
Okay, you're okay, listen up. So it's under the seat.
It's clear on the phone, you know, like maybe got left on my car, like that.
Okay. All right. What's in your front pocket? Yeah, on both sides. Phones? Or both? Okay. All right, you can put your money back in your pocket.
Send all your information to you, license.
All right, what about marijuana? Is there any marijuana in the car? None at all? Okay. What we're gonna do is, we have a K9 here. K9 just gonna walk around the car, all right? But I don't want him to make you nervous or anything, so I'm gonna have him step out over here. Is that all right? Okay. Step right here. I'm just gonna pat you down, make sure there's no firearms on you right now. This is staying in the car, right? Of course, okay. All right, good. What are these up here?
I'm good, Ms. Lilly. Oh, Chin, stop it. That's just something else you need to see.
Well, Your Honor, I wanted the court to see that once, this encounter happened, what Lieutenant Gant did, which is that he went back to his car, and he continued effecting the writing and the preparing of citations before he came back and ultimately gave those to, Jeffrey Williams and Sergio Kitchen.
But we stopped at 1434.
Exactly, Your Honor.
But I have a question, I still have a question. Starts at, and we started at 10:15. There's testimony about, from fight on the video, there's 4 guns in the car, and that's the Charger. They came from the studio. Looks like they were riding together in terms of what was adduced. Gant says Williams is nervous. Fight says I smell weed, I assume coming from the Charger. And then Gant has Williams empty his pockets, and then he doesn't see anything but money. And then he asks if there's any marijuana in the car, and then the dog is brought over. So what's your reasonable articulable suspicion as to Mr. Williams?
Yes, Your Honor. I point out that before he asked anything about marijuana or the pockets, he asked whether there was a gun in the car and was told by Mr. Williams.
Gun in whose car?
In Mr. Williams' car. Lieutenant Gant asked Mr. Williams, is there a gun? Like when he first walked up to the car, that's the first thing he said. Is there a gun in the car?
That was after
No,
the.
Your Honor, I could rewind it and play it for the court. That's the first thing he said when he walked up to the car.
Oh yeah, okay. Gant does mention that that this one has a gun.
No, I mean, Lieutenant Gant asked the question of Mr. Williams. The very first words out of Lieutenant Gant's mouth to Mr. Williams when he approaches the car is, is there a gun?
What's the reasonable articulable suspicion for running the dog at that point in time?
Your Honor, at this point, I'll point the court to Herman versus the state 344 Georgia at 361. I know the court is asking the reasonable articulable suspicion for running the dog. The state's position is that the dog was being run at the exact same time that the lieutenant was effecting the citation right, and after the lieutenant learned that there was a gun in the car. And the relevant question, according to Herman, is whether the open air dog sniffs prolonged the stop for any amount of time. If Lieutenant Gant is in the process of effecting citations for Mr.
Okay, but you gotta have reasonable suspicion on your Rodriguez in order to conduct a dog sniff, or you have a reasonable seizure.
Yeah, Your Honor.
That's what Rodriguez tells me. Case up.
Your Honor, they did not. 2 things is that 1, they didn't seize anything as a result of a dog sniff. Nothing, no drugs, nothing. So there's nothing to say we're going to suppress. The conflation of the gun and the fact that it was found with the dog sniff is a ruse to have the court go in and say, oh, he conducted an illegal dog sniff, so now you get to go and suppress the gun. The dog sniff does not belong to the car.
Because citizens have the right to be you know, to be free from unreasonable searches and seizures. When you've got to have, I mean, Rodriguez tells us, hey, that without reasonable suspicion, that when you extend in order to do a drug sniff, that's unreasonable.
And Your Honor, that is not going to work. And I'm submitting that the court has reported defense 1, stage 1, and camera 2, that this stop was not extended in any way as a result of the drug sniff by the dog. Lieutenant Gant, the court can see everything that's going on. Rodriguez does not stand for the proposition that just because a sniff is conducted, that the stop is extended. Rodriguez stands for the contention that if a stop is extended without reasonable articulable suspicion, then it's illegal.
Rodriguez has two issues. One of them is what's a reasonable suspicion and what constitutes an extension of a traffic stop. Reasonable suspicion is an officer's belief that someone is engaged in criminal activity. This belief must be more than just a hunch and needs to be supported by articulable facts. Facts commonly cited by officers as giving reasonable suspicion of drug activity include the use of rental car, odd travel plans, inconsistent statements, multiple air fresheners, pay-as-you-go throwaway cell phones, extensive trash in the vehicle, and the like. So, yeah, and I've got to look at the circumstances and decide did the officer have reasonable suspicion that criminal activity was afoot.
Your Honor, on page 7 of 21
On what case?
of Rodriguez, the court in section 4 says, beyond determining whether to issue a traffic ticket, an officer's mission includes ordinary inquiries incident to the traffic stop. We submit to the court that the inquiry regarding the gun is directly related to the traffic stop, where he has stopped a car that has several guns in it, and he is in the process of effecting citations for violations of the law that he witnessed himself. Your Honor, it's not.
Yeah, but you read down in Rodriguez in that same section. What are those inquiries? Checking the driver's license, outstanding warrants, and inspecting the automobile's registration and proof of insurance.
And Your Honor, that is, he is doing all of that while the other car with the other occupants coming from the same place.
He's writing the citation at one time. The other stuff doesn't come till later in the encounter. He's not conducting any of that stuff. He's testified that he was trying to input the information in the uniform traffic citation so it could print. All the other stuff kind of came and developed later.
Your Honor, the point that I make to the is that there is no evidence here that the sniff prolonged the stop at all. And State versus Simmons, 283 Georgia Act 141 at 143 said that the use of a drug sniffing dog to conduct a free air search around the exterior of the vehicle during the course of a lawful traffic stop does not implicate the Fourth Amendment. There's no presumption that a sniff automatically prolongs the stop.
What case are you citing? Simmons and what, 283?
State versus Simmons, 283 Georgia Act 141 at 143, 2006. And Your Honor, the sniff, even if it is gratuitous, if it doesn't.
Well, that was before Rodriguez. Rodriguez decided in 2014. That's 2006.
Your Honor, this is still the law. There's nothing that says that this has been overturned. These two are not mutually exclusive with one another. And Terry, in fact, cites, and Terry is a 2021 case given to the court by the defense. Terry cites State versus Simmons and Herman versus the state. They cite it in, I'll give you the precise place where they cite it. In footnote 17, Your Honor, of Terry versus the state provided to the court by Mr. Steele, and that is 358 Georgia Act 195. Specifically, it's on page 201. And the footnote is just actually at the beginning, right before page 201. It's at the very last line of page 200. So on page 6 of 8, the second column in the copy that is. So at the end of page 201,
I'm looking at it right now.
okay, and 17 is the footnote in the
Okay, dogs aren't usually part of the cross traffic issue, so this is because it's a measure aimed at detecting evidence of ordinary criminal wrongdoing, the result of long traffic stop in order to conduct an open air dog sniff renders the seizure unlawful, even if the process has very little time to stop. And then it says, Supreme Court has clearly held that conducting an open air dog sniff around a vehicle during a traffic stop does not itself violate the Fourth Amendment, and like the investigation on the related stop, it can be lawfully done so long as it does not lengthen the stop at all. So it says a trial court's conclusion that a traffic stop was unreasonably prolonged may often be a fact-intensive determination, but it is ultimately a holding of constitutional law reviewed de novo. So, and then they go into Terry of the what they do about this particular dog.
And in footnote 17, where I was saying where the court started to review the Supreme Court, right? What that means, the court cites down footnote 17. They say the relevant question was citing Herman at 344 Georgia Ave at 361, where it says in Herman the relevant question is whether the open air dog can prolong the stop for any amount of time, and if it did not prolong the stop, the open air dog sniff is lawful. And in this case, Your Honor, there is no evidence. The court has the good footage of the entire stop. There's no evidence whatsoever that the dog sniff prolonged the stop. The existence of the dog sniff, with or without articulable suspicion, is of no consequence if it did not prolong the stop. And it did not.
And Terry is 4 minutes, right? That's what it says here in this particular, on Rodriguez, the current case, there in the footnote 17, we find the 4-minute extension of the traffic stop at issue for the purpose of allowing the drug dog to perform a free air sniff violated the defendant's Fourth Amendment rights. That was 4 minutes.
But the facts of Terry, Your Honor, are different. In our case, our situation that the court can do again anytime in defense one or states one right there.
The dog came over about 14:20, if I'm looking at my notes correctly. 14:20.
What about that?
That's where there was discussion about asking for permission to walk the dog around the vehicle. So,
But and the court can look at what was going on at 14:20 beyond the asking about walking the dog around the vehicle. And the court can also view Lieutenant Gant's actions beyond 14:20 and see that the dog sniff in no way prolonged this stop at all. The court can literally see Lieutenant Gant's actions and see that the dog sniff did not prolong the stop at all. Lieutenant Gant, I believe that on his original argument to the court, Mr. Steele said he thinks everything should have stopped at 7 minutes and 47 seconds. At 35 minutes, I'm sorry, Your Honor, I wrote it down. At 11 minutes and 40 seconds, you see Lieutenant Gant typing. At 10 minutes and 55 seconds, he's still typing because he's reaching over typing.
I see. When did they bring the dog? Again, when did they bring the dog in this particular video?
Your Honor, there's literally there's not even any evidence that the dog was ever brought. That's the funny part, because you don't even see the dog because there's no stop. There's no, and by the way, the dash cam footage is in evidence. It's already there. So we can play the dash cam footage for the court. Because the exterior and what was going on around the car during the stop is captured fully on the dash cam video. And now that's important.
So the dog never comes or what?
Actually, I'll play the time. When the dog is here. Stop and share.
New City.
And not X, I'm gonna play them both. While the dog at 60 minutes is walking around the car, the court has the benefit of what Lieutenant Gant is doing inside the car. He hasn't even finished doing it inside the car. He's still fighting at 23 minutes. The dog is out there sniffing, nothing is stopping, and the dog does his business, leaves. Lieutenant Gant still typing, still doing what he's supposed to do. Save it from not even doing it. I'm gonna play for the court file. And I would thank Mr. Steele for his
Thank you, Ken. Okay, so, Ms. Logan, queued up.
Yes, I have to say for the record that, the canine, search going on from 17 minutes and 50 seconds, to 19 minutes, and that's shown on the dash cam footage. And the dash cam footage is, as it relates to the body cam, the body cam footage, 1 minute and 15 seconds behind that. So at, 17 minutes, seconds, I'm sorry, 50 seconds. Right, 17 minutes, 50 seconds, the dash cam footage, dog, 50 seconds. And at this time, at 19 minutes and 5 seconds, the officer with the canine is walking away from the car. I'm gonna stop the share because, Your Honor, during the time that is happening, once again, headed on to Jeffrey Williams at 12 minutes and 57 seconds on the body cam footage. And at 12 minutes and 57 seconds on the body cam footage, the Pastor Williams, their car on the car. At 12 minutes and 57 seconds on the body cam footage, Jeffrey Williams tells him yes. And at that point, Lieutenant Gant said, I'm gonna have to step out of the car for a minute. Is that okay? And Jeffrey Williams said, and he steps out of the car, Lieutenant Gant, and I'm saying what has been displayed on the body camera footage that I will share that portion of the body camera footage with the court as well, starting at 12 minutes and 57 seconds. So that the court can see what is happening. And that Lieutenant Gant is still affecting the mission of the Stockholm vehicle while the dog is searching while actually walking around the court. And the dog was being read by someone else while Lieutenant Gant engaged in activities that have nothing to do with the dog going around the car. This alone shows that the dog going around the car did not do anyway that we saw go on top. So we'll share the screen.
car? Firearms. There's firearms in this one as well. Where, don't reach for them. All right, just tell me where they're at. Okay, you're okay. Listen up. So it's under the seat.
Leave it on the phone, this nigga, like, you got to left on my car, like, yeah, it's gun.
Okay. All right. What's in your front pocket right there?
Right here? What?
Yeah, on both sides.
It's on.
Phones or both? Okay. All right, you can put your money back in your pocket.
You know, I'll obviously say that court concern cover for itself, but you just feel literally about it. On the phone with that, and says, yeah, I love the money, and talking, that we keep trading and look for, but
Send all your information, we got your license.
All right, what about marijuana? Is there any marijuana in the car? None at all? Okay. What we're gonna do is, we have a canine here. Canine just gonna walk around the car, all right? But I don't want him to make you nervous or anything, so I'm gonna have you step out over here. Is that all right? Okay. There you go. Step right here. I'm just gonna pat you down, make sure there's no firearms on you right now. This is staying in the car, right? Of course, okay. All right, good. What are these up here?
Probably candy.
Candy? You got some back here? Okay. All right, you're fine. I want your candy. Okay, you're good. Jeffrey, if you would just come right here, right on the sidewalk. Huh? Not yet. Have a seat next to Jeffrey right there. Thank you. We got marijuana and 4 guns in this one. At least 2 guns in this one. I don't know yet. I think we still got a swearing out to do. Yeah, no, that's a 2000. It's a very nice car. It belongs to the guy in the white shoes up there.
No longer muted. No longer muted.
No, I didn't notice. Myra's not here, right?
No, it's here. I'll look earlier. She's.
Well, because it's the front office is just sort of under her name. Because she's normally Hey, yeah, this is Sergeant Gant. Hey, can you run one and tell me if he's a convicted felon? Yes, please.
Yeah, I'm gonna pause it, at 20 seconds on putting the bank in exhibit 1, that is a duplicate of exhibit 1. And at this point, of course, your honor can see and hear that he being Lieutenant Gant is calling in, and he is, just after this, he's going to be giving a date of birth of Jeffrey Williams and checking whether he is a convicted felon. After, at 12 minutes and 57 seconds, he learned that there was a firearm in the car. And he also, at that time, knew that there were drugs and guns in the other car. And my memory of Detective or Lieutenant Gant's testimony is that they knew that Jeffrey Williams had been arrested, but did not know whether he had ever been a convicted felon. From the time 12:57 to this point where I have stopped the video at 2016, the dog is coming on. And so, Your Honor, the state's position again is that because this search, this open air search, did not prolong this stop, and in fact, even after Lieutenant Gant calls in to check Jeffrey Williams' criminal history status, you will see him continue. If we were to just play, you will see him continue to write the citation that he started writing. And I'm just hitting play now so that the court can see that here's the mission of the stop.
I'm actually going to have two to tell me if they're convicted felons. Last name is Williams. Williams. First name is Jeffrey, Jefffery. Date of birth is 8/16/91. Was he convicted felon then as well?
Pretty sure. She's the one that used to rap for all the other shit. Stolen guns and stuff today.
This guy's from College Point. Yeah. 8/16/91, yes. She's still checking the first one.
That's what they call it. That's,
Okay, I don't know who that person is, but that's what.
He's a big time member. He's a big time member. He's really big. I'm a
No, man.
I'm looking at him.
He's not, it's sort of that, it's like, they should be.
Okay. All right, well, I have one more to check. Yes. Okay, next one. Last name is Kitchens. Kitchens. First name is Sergio. Sergio. Date of birth is 6/14/93. Two, we haven't searched it.
So one for each.
That's the one we're checking now, so. The driver is. Yeah, if you would, thanks. He's not? Okay. Yeah, can you do that? Okay, thank you. She's saying be there for the so.
You wanna run that gun? That's all I got, no assault.
Was it? I think we'll have to ask consent to go in and get it up.
Can't. You can't,
Yeah.
I mean,
He had a little interest on the front foot area, but not much.
To sit down.
No, well, not even, we don't have to wait for a sit, but not even, I mean, not enough going. Hey, Sergio, come here. Yeah, that's what they had all last time. So there's only one in there. No, he said there's no one.
One under the driver's seat.
Some of the drivers. This was on the passengers.
Right.
You want me to grab that?
Yeah, but we need consent. I'm gonna let you sit down, all right? 'Cause
I never did.
I don't, yeah.
They took it from like, it's all you get. You want that something? Can we get that in 57, calendar 57, seal number 386, 338, 249. 386, 338, 249.
What's it called when not on person?
License not on person.
Yeah, it's not coming up with that. Oh my goodness. For the
40-5-29.
yeah.
Can you just hold it on the floor? Yeah. Put the seat on the floor. People want that come to take another fire phone. We take that same model, same caliber, the FNA 57, serial number 35328.146. It'll be 35328.146.
It's on this floorboard up there.
Yours?
Yeah.
Put this one here.
You know who's the seat?
That's what I'm saying. That is passenger, this is driver. Sorry, let me put backwards.
The passengers was down on the magazine in it, though.
No, I'm not seeing it, I'm just putting it in there so we don't separate. That's the passenger in the floor, this is driver.
Dismiss.
Huh?
I'm looking at his criminal history. He's got 15 arrests.
Yeah, but what happens is he always gets it from the state charges. There's money in that car in the red bag.
But yeah, he's got a bunch in his pocket as well.
So I think I'm good. She went for some other reason.
Your Honor, I was just going to show what, Lieutenant Gant is doing during the time the dog is long gone home. We are at 34 minutes and 13 seconds. The court has now seen 2 of the paper citations come out as it relates to, I believe, 4 that were in total issued. So later on, we'll see 2 more coming out. The court has seen that at 30 minutes and 16 seconds, Lieutenant Gant is literally typing the computer and saying how the citation, the code, the correct code for license not on person is not pulling up. He is asking the officer next to him, what is the code for license not on person? The officer uses those words and he's saying it's not coming up as that. At 31 minutes and 6 seconds, he's still typing. At 32 minutes and 40 seconds, the court can see that he is still working on those citations. At 33 minutes and 50 seconds, Lieutenant Gant is still reviewing the criminal history of Jeffrey Williams and Sergio Kitchens. And this all goes on until in about 6 minutes, everything Lieutenant Gant, he's wrapping up and going back, issuing the citations, the hard copies of the citations, and telling Jeffrey Williams that he was free to be on his way. And at which point, of course, the court knows that Jeffrey Williams, began asking, wait a minute, what about friends, what's going to happen to them, blah, 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 and all of that. So, under the circumstances, the court had in view both the dash camera footage showing when the K9 sniffed and what was happening during the time that Lieutenant Gant was still effecting the reason for the stop. We would ask that the court not find that the stop had been in any way prolonged by the open air sniff for the conducted by the K9. Of course, the state has already decided for the court the cases that we wish for the court to consider. I would also point to Rich Stoll, RICHBLW versus State 293 Georgia at 556, at 558. The officer's purpose in an ordinary traffic stop is to enforce the laws of the roadway, and ordinarily to investigate the manner of driving with the intent of citation or warning, to pass constitutional muster, The duration of the stop cannot be unreasonably prolonged beyond the time required to fulfill the purpose of the stop. And a reasonable time to conduct a traffic stop, this is important, I think, includes the time necessary to verify the driver's license, insurance, and registration, to complete any paperwork connected with the citation or a written warning, and to run a computer check for any outstanding arrest warrant for the drivers or the passengers. That's in Hall State 306, Georgia at 484 at 486, 2010 case. The tolerable duration of police inquiries in traffic stop context is determined by the seizure mission to address the traffic violation that warrants a stop and attend to related safety concerns. Safety Allen 298 Georgia 1 at 4. It's a 2015 case. While conducting these tasks, an officer is authorized to question the driver and passengers, and even to ask questions wholly unrelated to the traffic stop, so long as the questioning does not prolong the stop beyond the time reasonably required to complete the purpose of the traffic stop. That's Sommese, Sommese versus the state, 299 Georgia Act, 664 at 669, 2009 case. We would also ask the court to look at Young, YWNG versus the state, 310 Georgia Act, 270 at 272 through 273 of 2011 case. Furthermore, Your Honor, as an extension of the constitutional power of detention resulting from the traffic stop, an officer can order the driver and passengers out of the vehicle. That's Rogers, ROGERS versus the state, 323 Georgia Act, 647 at 650. And finally, the Fourth Amendment is not violated when during the course of a valid traffic stop, an officer requests consent to conduct the search. That's Hall 306 Georgia at 486, citing Salmeron, SALMERON versus the state, 280 Georgia, 735 at 736. Here, Your Honor, Lieutenant Gant didn't exceed the scope of the mission of the original traffic stop by asking for the defendant's license. When Officer Gant asked Defendants Williams and Kitchens whether there were any firearms in the vehicle, it was a reasonable response to valid safety concerns created by the fact that he knew the other vehicle traveling in tandem with and closely behind Williams had reason to speed and guns in their vehicle, and that prior to the stop, and was just discovered to contain an AK-47 assault rifle. When Williams and Kitchens indicated to Lieutenant Gant that there were firearms in the vehicle, their response in the affirmative provided further probable cause to continue to investigate with attention, and especially where the court was able to hear when asking Jeffrey Williams about the gun, Jeffrey Williams essentially saying, I was just talking to my partner and saying, he said I left the gun in the car and bike and all of that. Your Honor, after Lieutenant Gant had been able to address his concerns regarding the gun, he was able to determine that they were not convicted felons. He was able to print out the citations. He went ahead and gave that to them and told them to leave. Your Honor, we would ask that the court find Lieutenant Gant a credible witness, as Mr. Steele has conceded, that he is truthfully telling the court why he did what he did. He didn't try to keep them any longer than necessary. He didn't try to cite them for speeding at 70 instead of 69. And we would just ask that the court find that in no way did the overnight search, the court had not had an opportunity to view in the context of the overall actions being taken by Lieutenant Gant, in no way prolong the stop of the vehicle, such as to make it an unlawful act that requires some extraordinary measure by the court, such as suppression or exclusion of the overt act. What would allow only 1 month. And Your Honor, so for these reasons and based on the case law that cited previously, we would ask the court not to finish motion to express numbers. And I'll stop.
Okay, in addressing Williams' motion to suppress number 7, filed on February the 6th, 2023, Mr. Williams asked this court to suppress statements supposedly made by Mr. Williams in the search of Mr. Williams' 2018 Porsche on May the 18th of 2018. In support of this, he alleges that this particular search was in violation of Mr. Williams' 4th and 14th Amendment rights in the U.S. Constitution, as well as Article 1, Section 1, Paragraph 12 of the Georgia Constitution, and of OCGA 17-5-30, and a motion to suppress, which the force protection from Constitution violative searches and seizures of authorized restraint and use of illegal evidence. To these particular issues, the court has read both the state and the defense's motion and response. I have also considered the testimony of Lieutenant Gant. I have also considered Williams 1, which is a video of the body camera footage. I've also considered States 1, which contains 3 files. I have considered file number 1, which is the dash cam video mislabeled body camera portion. I've also considered file number 2, which is the body camera admitted, which is the same as D1. And there's a third file on States 1, file 3, Officer Pike's body camera footage, which was not admitted to the court's consideration, which I will not consider in this particular case. It has been alleged the testimony of Lieutenant Gant and those particular exhibits submitted for the court's consideration substantiates that on May the 18th, the traffic stop was made at approximately 2:04 a.m. Mr. Williams was stopped by the Brookhaven Police Department. Officer Gant, while Mr. Williams was allegedly traveling southbound on Beaver Highway at a speed of 69 in a 40. Officer Gant with the Brookhaven Police Department was positioned on Beaver Highway, monitoring the speed of passing vehicles with a LiDAR device, LADAR, and it was when after 2 o'clock that Officer Gant observes two vehicles traveling southbound on Beaver Highway in what appeared to be tandem at very high speed. So Officer Gant's LiDAR device showed the vehicles, one was following closely behind the other, were driving 69 miles an hour in a 45 mile an hour zone. The first vehicle was a 2018 Porsche, followed by a second vehicle, a 2018 Dodge Charger. Officer Gant, Lieutenant Gant, pulled behind both vehicles and initiated a traffic stop of the 2018 Porsche. Officer Fikes, F-I-K-E-S, with the Brookhaven Police Department, who'd been positioned nearby, responded to Officer Gant's call for assistance and initiated traffic stop of the 2018 Dodge Charger. Officer Gant stopped the 2018 Porsche based on his observations that the vehicle was speeding in violation of 40-6-181. The video also supports the fact that Officer Gant approached the vehicle and spoke with the driver, Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams advised Officer Gant that the vehicle was registered to him, but he wasn't able to provide a valid driver's license on request from Officer Gant, which is in violation of OCGA 40-5-29. Mr. Williams advised Officer Gant that he did not have a valid driver's license on his person at that time, but he did say that he had a valid driver's license, but it just was not his person. Seated in the front passenger seat along with Mr. Williams was Sergio Kitchens. Officer Gant did, in fact, at some point in time, perform a GCIC check on Mr. Williams, and Mr. Williams did, in fact, it revealed that Mr. Williams had been issued a valid driver's license. In file number 2, which is the same as D1, the court was able to ascertain that over the course of the from the commencement of the traffic stop till its conclusion, depending upon what video you're looking at, some 35 to 42 minutes, 25 seconds when Mr. Williams is released. And looking at both files in conjunction, court is able to determine that on D1 states 1 file 2 that Officer Gant was involved in various law enforcement functions to determine the driver's license and to complete paperwork connected with the citation, to run a computer check for outstanding arrest warrants for the driver or the passenger. But of note, between the period of time of 10 minutes and 15 seconds, so about 14:34, the following develops in this particular scenario with Lieutenant Gant, Officer Fights, a particular note for the court, and determining whether or not there was in fact reasonable articulable suspicion. There's testimony that the court can hear that Officer Gant is talking with Officer Fights about finding 4 guns in the car that was the Dodge Charger. That he being Lieutenant Gant, learned that these 2 vehicles came from the studio. They've been riding together, and that Officer Fights testimony or testifies, not testifies, but Officer Gant is made aware that there's a smell of weed in the particular car. As a result of these particular actions, Lieutenant Gant asked Mr. Williams if there are any guns in the vehicle. He replies, yes, there's a gun in there, and he tells him where it is. He asks him if there's any marijuana in the vehicle as well. He asks him to dump his pocket, or show him his pockets. He finds no other contraband. At that time, at approximately 17 minutes and 50 seconds to 19 minutes and 50 seconds, while Officer Gant is still in his vehicle, his dash cam footage reveals that there is in fact a sniff of Mr. Williams' vehicle. This occurs while Officer Gant is still trying to finish the uniform traffic citations that are occurring, that he's been trying to issue. At 2015, Officer Gant is still running criminal histories, which is part of what he can, which is reasonable to do. The state decided for this contention, RICO versus the state 292 Georgia appeals at 556, pinpoint 558, 2008, and Hall versus the state 306 Georgia appeals 484 at 486, 2010. While conducting these tasks, an officer is authorized to question driver and passengers and even access is wholly unrelated to the traffic stop, so long as the question does not prolong the stop beyond the time reasonably required to complete the purpose of the traffic stop. And it's Lease SLM and ESE versus the state 299 Georgia appeals 664 to 669. And from the courts looking at the totality of the circumstances in this particular circumstance, the court does find that Officer Gant did not exceed the scope of his mission in the original traffic stop by asking Mr. Williams' license. the court is, has determined from the facts and circumstances as developed in states D1 and states 1 in particular, file 1 and file 2, that the interactions with Mr. Williams and Mr. Kitchens were reasonable under the circumstances, given the facts and circumstances of what transpired. I respectfully disagree with the defense that this particular scenario could have been or was over around the 8:45 time hack point, as Lieutenant Gant did not delay or slow roll his particular law enforcement duties, nor did he delay the unreasonably Mr. Williams or Mr. Kitchen during that particular period of time to ask for or to have a drug sniff or an ear sniff of Mr. Williams' vehicle. In fact, the video does show, as the court mentioned earlier, between 1750 and 1905, there was dash cam footage that even while the dog was working around Mr. Williams' vehicle, that Officer Gant was still trying to complete the citations. And the court mentioned earlier, even in States 1 at 2015, he is calling to run the criminal history that she was entitled to do. And in considering, as Mr. Shields provided in several cases, in Rodriguez, and looking at Rodriguez and Terry. Rodriguez is at 575 US 348, and Terry Terry is at 358, Georgia appeals 195. In Rodriguez, the critical question then is not whether the dog sniff occurs before or after the officer issues a ticket, as Justice Alito supposes, but whether conducting the sniff prolongs, adds time to the stop. In this particular circumstance, and looking at the facts at hand, the stop was not unduly prolonged from 1750 to 1905, given the facts and circumstances during this particular stop that would have led to reasonable articulable or whether reasonable suspicion of criminal activity was present. And even though there's no bright line rule, as listed in Neely for the determination of the length of detention would become unreasonable. Even a short prolongation is unreasonable unless a good cause has appeared in the meantime to justify continuation of the detention to pursue a different investigation. Given what was presented and the court heard testimony from in particular 10:15 to 14:34 on the video, that would lead there to be to justify continuation of the detention in this particular matter. And going back and putting a pin on this in terms of United States versus Rodriguez, there are two important issues. One was reasonable suspicion, and two, what constitutes an extension of a traffic stop. Reasonable suspicion is an officer's belief that someone's engaged in criminal activity. This belief must be more than just a hunch, it must be supported by articulable facts. I believe in the case that we have presented on D1 and S1, file 1 and 2, that question can be answered in the affirmative. Second issue, Rodriguez kind of brings forward is what constitutes an extension of the traffic stop, how long should it take, and what point is it finished? Answering these questions, Rodriguez indicates that the legal detention of a person in order to effectuate a traffic stop ends when the tasks tied to traffic infraction are or reasonably should have been completed. So a stop is finished when all of the allowed investigative procedures are completed, such as ascertaining the identification of the driver, checking for outstanding warrants, ensuring that the car is properly registered, and the driver is issued a citation and warning. In the totality of the circumstances, the court is of the opinion that Officer Gant acted reasonably under the circumstances. For those reasons, the court is going to deny Mr. Williams' motion to suppress number 7. State, can you prepare a suitable order and give that to Mr. Steele for his consideration? If I could get that no later than when we appear in court on Friday the 13th, next Friday.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me go through a couple of housekeeping things with y'all this one time, just so we can kind of prepare ourselves for the next couple of weeks. First, Mr. Steele, I'm in possession of your letter that you sent to all council, and I appreciate this, in terms of Dr. Kruger's availability. I asked you to ask her to check on Thursday, October the 19th, or Monday, October the 23rd. And like any academic, she went outside the box and asked me for 2 other dates that I didn't give her. And you, of course, trying to take up for whatever you are, said I need to invite you to arrange your schedule. I think she's gonna have to, okay? So if I could, sir, I am available. And I was gonna ask you, how long do you believe her testimony would take? It would be the better part of the day, or what do you think?
I don't believe that long, Dr.
Yeah, I seem to remember that. I would say that the 23rd is probably better. We could do that starting at about 10 o'clock. And you can tell her that I just don't have those other dates or otherwise the court has other business on the days where I would accommodate her certainly by that. Okay. So we will set her, and if you would just let her know, Monday, October the 23rd, at 10 a.m. Sure. I'm not even sure. I tell you the truth, I'm not even tracking that. We don't know because I really haven't been following any of the preliminary procedures. I understand it. It's supposed to go to trial that week, but only Judge McAfee and the litigants in that particular case know what's going to really happen with it. So I'm not necessarily concerned about that. But I will give her the date. I mean that we will. If things happen, I will certainly adjust. But right now, we have other business that we need to take care of independent of that case. So, okay, that's the first thing. Ms. Love, I asked your colleague, Ms. Hilton, to tell the court whether or not what outstanding motions you, as a state, is going to have.
We have notices of state's intent to introduce intrinsic evidence. That's not necessarily something that requires a notice, but 418 and 404B, we have two residual hearsay notices that we will be filing on Monday, along with the notice of consent. And I want to make
Yeah, could you speak in the microphone, Ms. Love, because your colleagues can't hear. Like, can I?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry.
We have,
You didn't talk that long.
okay, we have notices of intent to introduce evidence of other acts, which are both intrinsic, there's 418 and 404B, acts that we have provided, reports of in discovery, and we have, residual hearsay notices for witnesses. I believe we have 3 that are deceased. And we have, just 1 second now.
You didn't finish on this, big burritos.
We also, yes, we have that as well.
For,
And I am making certain because I have a list of them. Okay, hang on. Okay, here we go. We have a motion addressing, juror note-taking. It is contested, the opposing counsel have not filed a response to date. It can be decided on the pleadings. We do not believe the evidence is needed, and the estimated time for this hearing is roughly 1 hour.
maybe a bad question, Michael. I want to take up and make sure I cover all the motions that, like, motions in limine, I can kind of handle necessarily before we kind of get started. Mr. Steele has a few, and I think the other lawyers as well, but the state may as well. But if there are any evidentiary issues that would be effective of what you can and cannot present at trial,
Okay.
that's kind of what I want to complete very soon.
Okay.
So,
the main ones there are, the residual hearsay notices and the other acts notices.
418, 404B.
418, 404B and intrinsic, and we will be filing a notice or motion regarding a jury site, we'll put it in right away.
I don't need it. That can be done later.
Okay.
Yeah, that can be done closer to trial. Let's pick a jury first, okay?
Yes,
So,
Judge.
so that becomes an issue. It's not that I don't mind. I need to finish up. I like to finish up anything that may have a bearing on what you can and cannot present.
Understood.
So send those through. Okay?
Yes,
Sorry.
Thank you.
All right, is that all? I mean, what we'll do when I get a little closer is I'll box up and kind of look at the motions in limine and those things that would be that on the eve of trial I can kind of just deal with.
Understood, Judge. Yes. We also still have the lyrics motion outstanding.
I have to rule on that. That's the
We haven't had, I don't think
have
we
you
had.
had it? Well, we've heard from.
We haven't had it because the court had
You
to
know, I
document.
haven't heard the lyrics from. That's right.
Just 1 second, Judge.
Okay. No. You spoke too much in 2 days, all right? Be quiet. But let her finish first, and then we can go ahead and take that up, all right?
So I am making sure that I have all the ones that will relate to. We also have a motion, evidence is needed on the motion regarding getting evidence at trial. We have motions to introduce expert testimony. We will need witnesses for that.
I thought you exhausted your experts already.
No, Your Honor told us that we
What
had.
other experts do you have?
Your Honor,
Other than Ms. Viverito, we heard from the medical examiner and a couple other folks already. So do you have some experts that have to be Daubert qualified already that we haven't gotten to yet?
Your Honor, none of the So we have the cell phone, the person that did the cell phone plotting, and Your Honor, they don't require a pre-trial hearing, but I was trying to be thorough with the court to surprise the court of.
They're gonna testify as an expert, they're gonna have to do a dog.
Right, Your Honor.
So you have the cell phone expert, who else you have?
We have some GDI firearms experts, Your Honor, that we've not heard. We've not conducted a Daubert hearing on. 1 second, I'm looking at the list.
How many of those do you have?
At the moment, I was,
GDI experts.
Your Honor, at the moment, I believe, with respect to the firearms expert, about 4. Your Honor, I will put together an exhaustive list and provide to the court, if the court permits me, and to counsels for the defense by Monday, if the court will allow that, because I don't want to miss anything. We filed on September the 15th a list of the outstanding motions, but they include motions in limine, so I'm trying to go through those and not name the motions in limine. We've supplemented the lyrics motion. We've got a motion regarding the admissibility of gang evidence. We have a motion regarding co-conspirator statements.
All right, Monday, when we take up Mr. Investigator White, we'll have a discussion about that, about the outstanding motions that stay as, okay?
Yes, Judge. I'll bring copies to the court.
Yes, Mr. Short, yes, sir. Have you filed it?
Yes.
Has the state responded? When was I supposed to, when was I supposed to, when was the state supposed to respond to that by? I gave you all a date, let me see. But I was supposed to schedule it, so. Yeah, that was due by the 28th of September. It just dropped off the radar, so,
That's part of the outstanding. Data, draw.
Your Honor, we addressed that, I thought,
yeah,
and to conclusion.
Do you have it, or does it exist?
No, that was the last thing that we talked about.
Yeah, I think the state's provided what they're gonna provide. So, at this point, unless there's something else, that you independently subpoena or otherwise open records. I think if the state's telling me now they're giving everything they did give you, if it comes up later that there's other stuff, then I'll, of course, deal with the court.
Okay, I'm just saying the last time I had this discussion with the state, about it, I couldn't remember.
Well, I'm sorry, so I won't speak for myself, but the last representation that I made to the court is that we had nothing else to give because the wiretap file that we gave to the defense had folders in it. One of them was minimization, but I believe that what Mr. Sharp is seeking, he can correct me if I'm wrong, is the content of the minimized call, something that I don't remember. Whatever it was, all that I can say is that the last time that we had this conversation, in court before Your Honor, I represented and I maintained that we have provided everything that we have and can get on that. And if there's more that we need to be directed to do.
But what I was going to speak of is, Your Honor, altogether, this is the first conflict prior to that case that I dealt with for those houses for every wire. It dealt with very big personality, over number of calls, people, and that's what I would see. We have received a down or put down of the total number of calls that not to sit there and say I'm certain that it exists or I'm certain to speak that. I'm just saying that from my colleagues that I've spoken to the various through
Do you all have it already? I mean,
I looked through discovery and best liability. I've seen total number of calls in seconds, but I see that with it right. We had a lot of discussions about the fire.
does the state have anything as to the minimization data?
Your Honor, not that we have not already turned over. That's the answer I have. We have given, and I was actually locating it or attempted to locate it on our main discovery file, but we've given them a file that is labeled T3 materials, and that was given in discovery 1. Your Honor, in the T3 materials are the contents of the T3, which has subfolders, all targets, sub-reports in the report. There's the disclosure of application and orders. There is a folder called minimization, which has within it briefings, monitor acknowledgement, and written protocols. There is also a folder called miscellaneous, non-disclosure agreements, phone records, sealing applications and orders, wire room, logbook, the confidentiality agreement, and a folder called application order and affidavit. That is the universe of what we have on the T3. So I am amenable to whatever the court directs that is within my power and authority. I will speak with Mr. Sharp again to see if he can have whichever one of his colleagues that apprise him that there should be something more given to give to him an exemplar of that, whatever it is that he wants me to provide to them. But at this time, we've turned over everything regarding the T3 that we possibly can.
Mr. Sharp, I'm just directly here. The state may have given you everything that they probably have at this point in time, so it may not be in the format that you might be accustomed to, or does it need to be in that format? I don't know. So I'll let you all talk about that, okay? I'll let you talk about that, but let me just preliminarily, because it won't give it all unless I hear it. So
and I'm receiving feedback from DDA Hilton, who is attending this via Zoom, and she is indicating on the text message that she and Mr. Sharp communicated, and he asked her whether there's some computer analysis on how many calls and how many were minimized. And, that she advised him that we would look into that. But at this time, we don't have that to offer. So, we can give the court an update on that as well on Monday.
Well, I'm gonna set it for the 25th of October, council, starting at 10 o'clock.
And we'll just be hearing whether it exists or ordering us to go get something else.
Unless you tell me that we need more time,
Okay,
or there's other issues, as she sees that I need to take into account, I'm gonna hold it on the 25th of October at 10 a.m.
yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Anybody else, have anything outstanding I haven't dealt with yet? I've got yours, Mr. Chair. You got a few that I haven't. I mean, you got some motions eliminated. I know that I haven't dealt. I said I would deal with a group of those. Was there anything substantive, Mr. Steele, that I had missed? Or I'm not scheduled for that? Yeah, and okay, unless I have it, I don't have it. I mean, these are anything that has not been scheduled as of yet. Stop. Has that been finished yet? Has have you all finished your list of, I have not inquired in that about the list of witnesses and the, discovery. Has that been finished? Well, first, let me take up Williams 10 at the beginning. Williams 10? I mean, that's it. Is it a travel? What kind of motion is it, Mr. Shields? I don't know if I don't know if I have what. Does it involve a video or audio or anything such as that, or is it live testimony? What is it, Ms. Slope?
Yes, it will be live.
How long do you all think that will take?
Based on the motions that I've had, I would think no more than an hour for the states.
Is there a video or anything such as that, or is just oral testimony?
It will be oral testimony.
Is there a video?
Your Honor, I would like to confirm, I do not.
Is there a video, Mr. Steele? Okay, all right. How many people are involved with the lazy stop?
Your Honor, I have not, because that was filed this week or last, I have not reviewed in the entirety of Mr. Steele's motion, so I have no reason to not believe that it's a single person, but I will.
Okay,
That was Monday. I have not had an opportunity.
October the 3rd, you said?
Yes.
Ms. Long, I want to set that for, along with, I will take up, Mr. Williams' discovery motion, related to, the witness list and, I'll take that up on the 17th of October, that's a Tuesday, 1 o'clock. We'll just do, I will spend the afternoon necessarily.
What time? Yeah.
1 o'clock, you have your witness here at 1 o'clock on the 17th.
Okay.
That's
thank you.
Tuesday.
Thank you.
All right. And Mr. Steele, I'll deal with the other issue of the discovery violation, purported discovery violation. Okay? All right, anybody else who has not had a motion calendar? I have several that I'm supposed to calendar here over the next, probably within the next 10 days or thereabouts, but I will get to those accordingly, okay?
Your Honor, and I want to make sure that I have all of what the court has announced today. October the 23rd at 10 a.m. is the Kubrin hearing.
Yes.
October 25th at 10 a.m. is the wiretap motion. October 17th at 1 p.m. is the Steele.
Motion to suppress number 10 and discovery.
Covered. Thank you. Those are the only 3 dates that I have. Were there others that I missed, Your Honor?
I have other motions, but I'm not going through all those at this point in time.
I mean, dates.
So the ones I just said now, today?
Yeah.
No, I don't think that. Anybody else have any, differing information to the contrary? And then on Monday, we will cover
David White.
those dates for this, other,
Oh, okay.
okay, if I can also, just take up one more bit of business before we end up getting out of here for today. Ms. Von Kelch has given me a number of jurors that wish to be excused for various reasons, and they have included documentation. And then the last thing I'll give you before we leave is actually the people that we're going to talk with on Monday. So, okay. The first, folks, is juror 577. Juror 577 would like to book international travel in November. I have indicated through Ms. Von Kelch, just to keep you all in the loop, that since she is consistent with our other jurors, that I had told Ms. Von Kelch that she probably need to go ahead and just to either buy insurance. I need to wait. Huh? Okay. Yes. Okay. All right, let me finish up on the record so we can, Juror 577, so I told Ms. Von Kelch for Juror 577, she's gonna have to wait. Juror 948, Juror 948, has developed some medical issues. And, there's an email that is attached to that. Along with a doctor's note. Okay. Okay, the only problem is that the doctor's note is silent. It says, this is exactly what it reads. Dear, blank, please excuse her from jury duty due to her medical condition. I don't have any medical conditions. Listen, so I'm gonna tell Ms. Von Kelch that she's gonna have to probably provide either an expanded doctor's letter or she will end up having to be examined at some point in time. Okay, the next one I think is a little easier for us to resolve, and this is Juror 981. Juror 981. And Juror 981 is getting married. And she's getting married. She says she's going to be out of the country from Monday, the 10th of, October 30th to Sunday, November the 5th. And before that, the week before, Wednesday, October 25th to Sunday, October 29th, she's going to be involved in her wedding festivities before that. So she is asked to be excused from that. To that end, she has provided a Delta itinerary, and she is going to Punta Cana, Dominican Republic.
All right, guys, that's the end. Lord have mercy. That was the end of it. See how long it was? 4 hours and some change. It's all from Friday. Anybody have any questions? Danny, you just coming in. We're finished. We're done now. But I have to go rewind because it was four hours of this. Yeah, it was wow. Steph, I went and did a lot of stuff while y'all watch. My throat's itching. Look like people coming in now. You been on for the whole time, Stephanie? Oh my God. I couldn't. I'm sorry, I'm yawning. I couldn't do it. It was too long. But I'm gonna end this live and I'm gonna do another live, but give me a few minutes. I really need to chit chat with you guys about something. But let me end this live now. Let me come back in a few. See you in a minute. Later.